We are gonna wrap things up here at Blackmoor. Oh, Sharpie. Gonna wrap things up here and start saying my goodbyes. Sharpie's cleaning up. Don't. Oh, Dave Yognot has a couple. I'm gonna have to log in. I'm gonna have to log Dave in. Give me a sec, guys. Get that ready. Okay, so let's there's some items. Let's just double check and see if there's another stuff for Dave, my alt. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Booch. So Dave, Perry, yep, I do have, yeah, I'm gonna have to get help with it. So I do have a sickle. Legio still has a fine meditation rug here. Okay. So I've got one thing for Perihelion and a couple things for Dave in here. might have... I do have a fishing rod up in enchanting that I gotta pick up. And aside from that, I don't know if there's gonna be anything else. So I'm gonna try to make sure I get everything that I dropped off for imping or casting. And then I'm gonna see if I can't drop into the Impalong Discord and say goodbye to the staff. Hey, Dude Jensen, how are you tonight? I guess it's morning for you, isn't it? Is that it? Sure, I feel like there was more, but that might have been it. Let's just double check. Yep, I don't see anything else in there. Let's run upstairs. And let's just double check. Make sure we didn't leave anything up here. Nope, that looks fine. Nope, that one's empty. Okay, so nothing on this floor. Monday morning, getting ready to leave for work. Yeah, I agree. It'll be nice to get home. It will be nice to get home. Kind of looking forward to that. Okay, do I have anything in the enchanting overflow? Nope. So let's check COC1, because I did have a fishing rod in here getting enchanted. Did they get to it? Doesn't look like it. That's okay. That's okay. Excuse me. Wow, that idle timer's super short. On maybe because he's non-premium. I don't know. Okay, I don't see anything else in there. I don't think I have anything up here at all other than that. And I did have some stuff really early on in web armor, but I don't think I left it there. Nope. All the AOSP stuff is done. Okay. Yep, I'm pretty confident that I got everything. everything else is on my ship. Still got a full skull cup, pretty much full of white wine. Top it off just for fun. Got white wine in my water skin too. Well, where's Turns? I think he was just driving out on a cart just now. There's Shrimpy. Is that Turn? Yeah, that's Turn.
Goodbye.
Alright, let's see if I can drop in on the Impalongers channel and we can chat with them for just a couple of minutes before we load up and head out as well.
Ready.
So, hello, whoever hopped on. Oh, hello.
Hey, it's Perry.
So when they trap it, they can't use gates. You have to completely
you
increase
have to shake your orb or disintegrate the entrance. So basically what you usually do is you send an alt in, it follows, you keep running that alt around in there while you go and you destroy the entrance and the alt dies down and detonate.
Okay. Huh. Now I'm going to be doing some research for getting some dragons.
Well, hey guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anything. I just wanted to
Oh,
drop
no, you're
in
fine.
and say
You're good.
my goodbyes before I load up my ship and start heading back to Xanadu.
Well, you have a safe trip home.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for everything that you did this week. This was an amazing, amazing time, and I can't wait till next year.
Well, I hope to see you next year at the Lunalog as well.
I will be there. I will do everything I can to be there.
Awesome sauce.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shrimpy.
No problem.
Thank you, Drakad. Thank you, Gold Fever. Neville, thank you guys for everything you've done. Stream,
Yeah, no problem.
you guys we will see you again at the next one.
For sure.
Alright, thanks guys. Y'all have a great
Have
night.
a good one. Yeah, have a good one.
Okay. So we are gonna hop on my... Oh, actually I parked over here earlier, didn't I? We're gonna hop on my Corbita. We're gonna drop off all of this stuff. And we will, let's put this on here too. Yeah, you know what? Let's ring the bell. Raise anchor. Oop, and get stuck in some dirt that's just a little inconveniently. Or is there an actual, I think there's an actual dock sticking out there. Okay. So we need to head south, basically due south. So what we're gonna do is get around this little bitty island, which it's way too shallow here for a Corbita. Oh, okay, let's go back. Let's try going back. Oh, the wind is gonna be fun. But some amazing memories and some awesome people that I met, including all of you guys, or a whole lot of you at the very least. So we've got a fairly short, depending on how the wind favors us. We've got a fairly short trip. I'm back, Jack. I'm back. Just in time to leave. I just said my goodbyes to Shrimpy and the gang, and I'm heading out. I'm really congested. Excuse me. Okay, and I do not want to get lost. I probably will anyway, which will wind up making this a bit of a longer stream than I intend. But I'm going to try to follow Legios's very simple instructions and map that he provided before. So we're gonna head due south and jump into the northeastern corner of Xanadu, at which point we will we'll do a little bit of navigation, and we'll be going through a tunnel, and we will end up at the Nexa Marketplace and Sanctuary. If you are not familiar with the Nexa Alliance on Xanadu, that's the alliance that I'm a part of. It's one of the biggest and most active alliances on the server that I'm aware of, and I am really worried that I'm going to go the wrong way. So let's just take a moment to make sure we're okay. Yeah, we're gonna want to turn just a tad. So I'm going to show you guys the Sanctuary and Marketplace when I get home, and because we pass right by it on the way to my deed, and then I'll have the chance to properly show off my deed, such as it is, and maybe some of the campground as well, depending on how tired I am and how lost I get on the way home. But probably be a short stream, a couple hours, if that. But wanted to put a bookend on the Impalong, and would have been nice to say goodbye to a few more people that I've been seeing every day for the last week and a half. But I'm sure we'll see them again. I'm sure we'll see them again. Since we're going on a boat ride, how about a little music? And still going off of the Worm Online soundtrack so far, I will be putting together something of a playlist to start using. That's true. I'm gonna start putting together a playlist of some uh, copyright-free music that I can use without ever having to worry about my videos uh, getting muted or whatever the issue is that Twitch does. Plus, if I ever start posting my stuff to YouTube, it'll definitely become an issue. So, but for now, I figure the game's music, even if it's being played in another player, should be safe enough. So, and it's calming and peaceful and pleasant, and I love it personally. I actually listen to it when I'm not playing Worm. I'll put it on during the day while I'm working and just have it piped through my headset, and it's always relaxing to me. It's some pretty great music. Oh, 7.5 kilometers per hour. I could try to squeeze. I know I'm gonna get myself in trouble doing this. I'm gonna try to squeeze a little extra speed, turning off to the side. But if I screw this up, I'm gonna wind up getting lost. Oh man. But no, I'm really looking forward to being home, being back on my deed, and obviously I've got a lot of projects going on there, and I am looking very much forward to streaming that. One thing that I've been trying to work out my schedule, and I think I'm gonna stream 3 days a week to start. It's gonna be, well, weekends are gonna be open, kind of a free-for-all. I might stream, I might not, and I may not always stream the same thing. But my intention is to stream Worm online 3 nights a week for at least a few hours, and that'll probably be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So be looking out. I will update once I get that nailed down for sure. I'll update my Twitch channel, and we're gonna do that, and that'll be dedicated Worm Online 3 times a week, at least 2 hours. Probably usually 3. But I wanna show you guys what I've been doing. I wanna get more involved. I want to, especially with my campground project. I really think this is gonna be helpful, because I want people to know that it's there, and I want them to know what facilities that I have available. And one thing that I've found in this game is that if you don't know exactly where to look, you may never know that something exists. So unless you constantly troll the forums, or you watch every Discord channel or every Twitch streamer all the time, there's going to be and even then, you still probably will miss a big chunk of what's going on. So I think this will be a good way to make people aware, especially with the new tutorial system and the new player deed. I did get to watch the very beginning of the factional fight stream earlier when we raided them. And I unfortunately didn't get to catch the rest of it, but I will be catching up on that probably tomorrow while I'm at work. I'll watch the VOD for that and get caught up so that I know what we have to expect. But Kimmy and Pink will be setting up a deed that is specifically going to be dedicated to helping players that are sort of leaving that new player zone. So it's almost going to be like a second buffer for new players who have come into the game, because the new player zone, that Haven's Landing, is going to be for when they first come into the game. They can stay as long as they like, but they're eventually going to want to move out, or at least go out on their own a little bit. And I think Kimmy's Deed is going to give those people some other place that if they need to fall back, they can. It'll give them there will be a community that is already sort of in place there, and with established players that I think could be really beneficial for people, for some people that want that aspect of the game. I mean, I kind of see it, and I'm going to turn this music down a little bit because it's distracting to me. I kind of see it as she embraces the social side of this game, and there's a whole lot to that. Excuse me. There's a whole lot to that. Let's see, Jack. Spoilers will be looking forward to a very in-depth milking overhaul next year. Yeah, could be. Could be. You never know. Who knows what they'll be looking at next. But I think that having her there, where she can introduce the social side of Worm to players, I think is actually going to be a really important part of the new players process, because there's a lot of people who aren't really going to know that is a thing, or that it's as much of a thing as it is. And so having her right there, and probably interacting with new players all the time. I mean, it's going to be close enough that it might even be in the same local chat. And at the very least, it would be a short trip for her or any of the other veterans living, with characters at her deed, to go and visit the new player, the Haven's Landing, the new player area, and or to just be out in the area doing whatever they're normally doing and bumping into new players that have ventured out to complete their tutorial or to just go out and see what's out there. So I will probably, I guess I should plot a course here, shouldn't I? Let's go to Xanadu. That's where I think we'll go. What I'll probably do is create an alt that will live there, that I can log in anytime they need help for anything. So that'll be something to look forward to in the near future. I'm gonna get that set up pretty soon. Probably once she gets a plot picked out, and sets down the token, I will probably get the character made and out there so I can help with building and all that stuff. So that's another project to look forward to on this channel. We've got plenty to do. I will not be running out of, and this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time, because I'm already doing these things in Worm, but I haven't really been sharing them with anybody. And now that I know that this network exists and that there's these people that are coming together to show what they've been working on a regular basis. Local range. Oh, that's a good point. That deed is huge. That new player deed. It probably. That's a very good point. Yeah, probably won't be in local too often, unless they're venturing out to the outer edges of the deed, or they happen to have a place out there. That maybe, but and I don't know for sure exactly where Kimmy's deed's going to be either. So that was just a shot in the dark, honestly. But I think that I could have a character there. I could have an alt that lives there and that I log in periodically when they have projects or just whenever I feel like working with new people. If I don't have anything else going on. I mean, she can visit there anytime. Oh yeah, yeah. It'll definitely be close enough for that, especially with her shiny new wagon. Um, so. Uh, So that's another project to be watching for, and I definitely recommend that if you are interested in that project that you subscribe to Kimmy's channel as well, or follow Kimmy's channel. I will drop the link into chat right now. If any of you are not already followers, then I would love it, and she would love it if you would follow Kimmy. Excuse me. I need to take some decongestant. Other than that, what else is going on? Nexa, the alliance that I'm a part of, has just right before Shrimpy's Impalong, we just had our fall Impalong, and that went quite well. And I didn't have as much stuff to bring to this one because I had just gotten a lot of my stuff in at our alliance's Impalong. But we have coming up, starting the 21st. We have a unique event that that some of the members of our alliance came up with called a bulk along. And if you're not familiar yet, I don't know for sure if there's a forum post up. I haven't seen one yet. Dude Jensen says milking overhaul, cool. Then we can finally get chocolate milk from brown cows. Yeah, I mean that's the seems to me that'd be the first thing that they would do. Bulk along. So the bulk along will be, as I understand it, we will be. A lot of people have sort of pledged to donate bulk materials like rock shards and logs and iron lumps and stuff like that, and what we will actually be doing is taking those and making bulk items out of them that have already sort of been sold. So they're working out deals with no whale making either. No Pergy, no Madnath. You guys got me totally off track. Oh, and I just switched servers. Okay, let's see how badly I screwed this up. Okay, so let's go look at a map. Legios! Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Oh, you know what? I will, in case anybody is interested in joining me in, on the stream, if you're already on the Discord channel, you are more than welcome to come join me in voice anytime I am streaming. You are all welcome anytime, I promise. Anyway, that out of the way. I am pausing here. I just crossed servers. I don't know if you just came in, Legios. I just crossed servers at what I believe to be the correct place. So now I need to looks like I need to head for the gap, and that is gonna be there. Is that right? That looks right to me. To get to the sanctuary from here. I believe that's right. That's where I need it. But actually, yeah, maybe. I don't know for sure where I'm at, but I'm thinking it's this gap there that I need to aim for, but it might be right there. It's hard to tell. How bad could it be? Maybe, if nothing else, Legios will correct me if he notices that I am going the wrong way. Forsetti's on, Egbert's on, Dr. Jekyll, Aqua. A lot of the regulars are on. Man, I haven't seen... I mean, aside from my venture here for a few hours earlier in the week and logging on to Dave, I haven't actually seen these guys or talked to them really much at all, other than the ones that came, like you, Legios, that came to the Impalong. And I feel like I know you so much better now than before. I mean, I knew you were in my alliance, but that was pretty much the extent of it. I mean, I'm sure we chatted a little bit in alliance chat here and there, but I certainly didn't know anything about you at the time. I feel like I really got to know you and Sari quite a bit better, so I think that's pretty awesome. And the wind is just completely against me tonight, so it's probably going to be a longer stream than I anticipated. But that's okay. I'll take it. See if I can, without losing too much speed. Okay, alright, I'll take 17. I'll take it. I hope my Corbita doesn't drive you guys just absolutely crazy with how slow it goes. I'm sorry. But my firm goal, because I know it's an easy enough goal in this time frame, by next year's Blackmoor, I will have an R, and it will be much faster. It will probably be ruined already, and anything else that I can do to it'll be ready. I will be ready. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, Jack. That's the problem. It was great for you. I'm just going the exact opposite direction. That's all. But that's okay. That's okay. I knew this was gonna be a trip, but I have to work during the week, Monday through Friday. So I work my time. I work 10 to 7. So I'm off at 7 p.m. So I didn't want to have to make this trip. You know, I didn't want to have to spend an evening after work making this trip and not be able to do anything. So A caravel? You know, I haven't even looked at the stats. I just the Gnar, from what I understand, is the speediest. Objectively the worst ship ever. Okay. Alright. That's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, really and truly, I need a sailboat, which I can probably make. Actually, I know I can make in a couple of hours, because I've done it. Yeah, so you said it the same. Rare sailboats are surprisingly fast. I mean, yeah, I can imagine. And I assume you can still rune sailboats too, just like you can any other boat. So you could get a sailboat freaking fast, I imagine. So yeah, that would be. I mean, for this trip, I could easily have done a sailboat. I just didn't have time to build one because I sort of decided on a spur of the moment that I was going to do it. But I could easily have made this trip with a sailboat. I brought, like, I mean, this chain set was the most stuff that I brought. And this is a chain set that I rescued from an abandoned deed. It was sitting in an armor display, and half of it had AOSP of like 40 or 50, something like that. So I brought it with me and got some of it topped up and got the rest of it casted with AOSP. I think the chest piece has web armor on it. No, it's got AOSP also. One of the pieces, I think, had web armor. But I could actually be wrong. Maybe it was the coif. Nope, they're all AOSP. But, I went ahead and made sure that all the pieces are casted. I didn't necessarily get them all up to 70. But I got it all finished so that the whole set, this whole set is casted. Yeah, I guess it's all got AOSP. So that's pretty cool, and I got it all imped up to 70. It was all at like 50 quality or so when I found it. Yeah, I figured, Jack. I figured. I've heard lots of good things about Gnars, but particularly it's the speed, and I assume it's because it's intended to be rowed rather than to rely entirely on sails, and I don't know if it matters even, but. Let me make a quick comment in. Oh, you're beating me! How did you know? How did Legios? You are a bastard. You are a bastard, my friend. That is literally the exact concept I was about. You beat me to it. Shrimpies Impalongs at the very least. Change people. Jack says if you attach a rune to it that reduces its size, you can fit it in a trash heap. Good for the trash 10,000 items personal goal. Okay. Because you could fit that many items on. Well, no, I don't think it would work as a container. Because from what I understand, it just once the container decays, all the items just appear on the ground around it. Forseti. Yeah, but yeah, Legios, I was about to say, I feel like I left Xanadu as, I don't know, I hadn't quite come up with the wording, but then you beat me to it, but I left as a child and I'm coming back as a man, but actually yours is better. I left as a noob, came back as a worm streamer. And it's completely true. It is completely true. Changed forever. Now I'd been on lots of streams prior to this. I had been I was starting to become almost a regular in Kimmy's streams, but unfortunately our schedules are almost backwards. Even though our time zones aren't that far apart, our actual kind of day-to-day schedules are kind of backwards. So by the time most of my streaming is going to be happening, Kimmy's already done for the day. But that kind of works out, I think, for the best, for the most part, because it means we've got a little bit more coverage on Twitch, and that's one of the things that I think we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more coverage so that. Because there's so many games that if you want to see a stream, you get on Twitch and you put in the search for the name of the game, and you'll find a stream. And no matter what time it is, no matter what part of the world you're in, that's And I would absolutely love for not to the scale. I don't want to see as many streamers as there are, because I think that. There is a lot of a social aspect. I don't know. Maybe it'd be balanced out if there were just thousands of streamers. But I would love to see enough that at any given time, if you want to watch a Worm Online stream, you can just go watch it. Forseti, yeah, no, Gaffer Boffin, there are only 2 of us streaming Worm on Mixer. Oh, now see, you mentioned Mixer before. And so yeah, I'll bet it's even... You got it, Forseti. I would love... It's cool. Got several friends within the Alliance now. Also, Farkas and Camilla and Mavodo and Dave Yagnod is my alt. AJ Whitewolf is my brother, but he quit playing apparently around the same time I did. 385 days ago was the last time he was seen. that is not my Twitch. That wouldn't get them here. Okay, sorry. Anyway, so that's one of the things that I want to see, and I think it's one of the things that that the Worm development wants to see, and that's one of the things that really attracts me to both the game and to the community surrounding it. Is how active and how interactive their development team and their staff are with everybody. Anybody that will talk to them, they'll go talk. Anybody that is trying to bring the game to people, they come and they pay attention. So I think that is huge, and especially, I mean, it is a very obscure game, but there's hundreds of players online at any given time. It's still a huge game. Yeah. VGS is giving me some shit, but that's cool. He's earned it. He has earned it. So I am positive now that this is actually the correct direction to go. So I can now sort of adjust my angle a bit and see if I can't get just squeeze a little bit more speed out of this freaking Corbita. Try to make some progress at a little more than 7.5 kilometers per hour. Did anybody catch? Did you guys? I mean, I think some of you at least were, if not all of you, were on my previous stream. How was Factional Fights stream? What did they talk about? I haven't had a chance to watch the VOD, and I missed basically everything once they arrived at the deed. I didn't get to see. So I'm curious how that went. I do. I'm not asking for, I'm not asking for a blow-by-blow replay. I'm just asking how you guys felt that it went, and if there's anything tomorrow. You know what? Somebody had hinted at that. And they wouldn't confirm that that's what they meant. But okay, that's really good to know. That's really good to know. I just ran out of premium like a few hours ago, but I get paid like tomorrow or the next day, so I'll be back in business really quickly. But that's okay, because I need to make an alt anyway. Actually, I need to make 2 alts now, so I can actually focus on that while I'm waiting for my paycheck to come in and get those guys up and running. So actually tomorrow's stream, my first Monday night stream, will probably be one of those 2 alts. and probably won't be perihelion, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, I shall need to log in perihelion to do stuff. Give him permissions and everything. They did ask a nice series of questions with some thought to it. Ah, see, you know, that's exactly the kind of detail I like right there. Can I just say, Jack, I really like you. I really, really like you, and I would love it if you joined me on Discord sometime when I'm streaming. I'd love to have your voice here with me. That would be awesome. But no, seriously, you're invited anytime you want. I would love to have you. I hope to have Kimmy at some point. That, like I mentioned earlier, my schedule is going to be a little bit backwards from hers, so I don't know how often she'll be able to make an appearance, at least on my regular nightly streams. But I really feel like I mean she has opened up a whole lot of worm to me. Like she, not just with convincing me to go to this Impalong, but just in general. The social side to worm, like I was saying earlier, that I think she can introduce to new players. She's kind of introduced it to me. I really didn't know that there's this whole other world right inside the same world we're in. It's just there's so much more that there is to do, and I already knew that there was, you know, a virtually limitless number of things that you could do anyway. But oh, people are talking in Alliance chat. They will teleport the ship to you. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Jack, I'm looking forward to joining you in Discord. Oh, cool! Dude, that sounds great, man. That sounds great. I would love to have you. Give me one sec, guys. Oh, that's funny. Ligios is talking in Alliance chat. Don't join Discord without being properly dressed. That's funny. There, yeah, there you go. And I do, by the way, I do own a webcam, and I may at some point start adding cam to the stream. My only issue right now is that I'm actually in my living room, so there's a lot of other people that may or may not want to appear on stream at any given time. So I think I'm going to hold off on that until I get a more private area to do my streaming from, and it'll be better anyway because it'll be much quieter. But just a quick note about that. I'm not unwilling to add my webcam to the mix. I just want to make sure that I don't have to subject the rest of my family to it. And at the moment, my living room is the only place where my computer can go because I use it for work. And anyway, it's a long, boring story. But guys are the best. You know what's funny? Some of you I have been talking to and seeing in chat on Catspur's streams and on Factional Fights streams and Fabricant streams for probably months now. Do Jensen in particular, I know, and Pergy, I know for at least for the last couple of weeks I've been seeing you on Catspur streams. So I kind of feel like I already know a lot of you, just from the, before the Impalong or anything like that, or aside from the Impalong, I mean. I feel like I already kind of know a lot of you, and it's really awesome to see you here. I think it's really, really cool. It I don't know. It makes me feel really good. So thank you for being here. It is 23:06:41 on Wrath Day in week 4 of the Starfall of the Saw in the year of 1080. The settlement of Xanadu Place has just been disbanded. Xanadu Place. That one's not ringing a bell to me. Oh, thank you, Purgy. That is too cool. I tried to clip it earlier, and I don't know if it's because I have such a new account, but it was only letting me clip literally 1 minute at a time. So I didn't actually clip the fireworks show yet, but I will go in there. I still need to do that. I thought I was going to try to. I was trying to do the trick that I've heard Griffith mention. Adam over at Factional Fight has talked before about clipping his entire video so that it saves it forever on his channel, but it wouldn't let me do that. And I'm guessing it's because I've got a brand new Twitch channel. So eventually it'll let me do that, but it'll only let me do 1 minute clips from what I could see. So I will play with that as soon as I can, because I really want to get at least Shrimpy's death to Mrs. Claus. That should be short enough to do in a 1 minute clip. And we can do some of the fireworks show, we just can't do all of it. Create a highlight. Oh, not a clip. Oh, okay, I was doing the wrong thing. Okay, thank you, Jack. Thank you for the clarification. I will try that. And I forgot to do something. Wow, that's odd. Click the vertical 3 dots icon in the bottom right hand when you pull up the VOD. There's an option called Highlight. Videos. Pause that. 3 dots. Highlight. You are the man, Jack. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. So I can just drag the slider from beginning to end, and I can create highlights. That is perfect. That is exactly what I needed. Save changes, and I am done. So that should show up. That should show up on my highlights pretty quickly, I imagine. Awesome. Oh, that makes me so happy. It makes me so happy that I was able to make that happen. Thank you, Jack. That is perfect. Yeah, the Purgy, the one from earlier. I can't believe it. I don't know how that wound up going 5 hours. I know I started a little earlier than I had planned, but I sure didn't feel like it went 5 hours, but it sure is. But I will still go in and do. I guess I'll do a highlight because I want everything to be in probably the same place, but I do want to highlight Shrimpy's death to Mrs. Claus because I think that was hilarious. Sure, yeah, no big deal. Give me one sec, guys. Alright, guys. It's a little unfortunate that we are here at nighttime. It is going to make it just a little bit tougher to navigate, but the next submarket and sanctuary is gorgeous at night, so not gonna complain about that at all. Let me go double check my map, see more or less where I am. See, now on Xanadu, I can actually get around okay. Now, granted, I may not cross from the right location to another server, but I can get around this server just fine. So, and the community map for Xanadu is one of the best. One of the best maps for a server here that I've seen. The other ones are functional, but this one is actually useful. So the plan is, once we get down to the southern end of this valley, I guess, we will we'll veer off a little bit to the left, and we are going to pass by 7, which I think 7 is gone. Skaven Blight, I think, is also gone. Oakenvale Harbor actually is also gone, but I've been to all these places fairly recently and done a bunch of archaeology out there. So we're gonna pass by Oakenvale, what was Oakenvale Harbor, and if I remember correctly, there's actually a Colossus there still, so that'll make that a little bit easier to identify. And we're gonna sail off. We're gonna sail just east around what used to be Oakenvale, and head down through a little kind of canal or stream or river or whatever you want to call it, and we're going to go past Port Heidi-Ho, which is Port Heidi-Ho is now I'm not going to be able to think of his name. Oh my god. I can't think of his name. One of the big people in the alliance that I've talked to many times. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. But Port Heidi-Ho is his deed. We're gonna go past that on our way down, and then we will enter the tunnel at Amish Sanctuary, or at Amish Groves rather, and we'll take that out and down to the sanctuary. It's gonna drive me nuts trying to remember the name of. I don't think it's Steve Urkel. No, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's that. Gosh. They just did they make this pizza? I can't remember. They won't tell me anyway. Doggone it. Oh well. It'll come to me. Or I'll just look and see as we pass by. But it'll probably come to me. But yeah, should be a fairly uneventful trip. Usually is. Although when I moved here, I had to take a similar route to what I'm taking now to actually get here. It turns out I didn't necessarily have to. I think there was another way, but it's the way I knew how to get here. So, and while I was back over on this side, pretty close to the server edge, the border, there was actually a sea serpent out there at the time. Luckily, it was not in my direct path. I was able to navigate quite a bit around it. I didn't know how far around it I should go, but wanted to give it a wide berth to be safe. So I did. But that was kind of cool. That was a neat little thing that happened. And we're going super duper slow still. Can we squeeze just a little bit more? I am going to be heading in a slightly more easterly direction, so I don't need to more it, I'll just wait. But it is possible to go around this island the other direction as well. Both of them have canals, but the canal on the other side is much narrower. The one that I'm going through is, I found it to be a lot easier with Corbita to get through. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, because you are not from Xanadu, I will drop the link to the community map right here. And if you click on that and you hit the gear icon at the top left-hand corner and turn on the grid, you can see the map grid, and I am currently in probably F24, at probably the very north end of F24, maybe even the very south end of E24. But that should be where I am right now. So just to give you an idea, it would be more complicated to try to bring the map up to the stream. Yeah, slow going, just like this freaking ship journey. Okay, I don't want to go too far off, but we should be. We're gonna see a gap between two land masses, and we need to aim for that gap. But it's probably gonna be just a little. Yeah, there's not. Doesn't have all the servers. I really wish it at least had Indie. It would have probably made things a little bit easier on my trip up. But for Xanadu, it is amazing. Now, the deeds are still, ridiculously out of date for the most part. This is it's a player who put it all together, so they don't update it. They updated it. They update it approximately however often they feel like it. I think they actually do it like once a quarter, something like that. So just a few times a year. But if you're on Xanadu, or if you need to get around Xanadu, it is incredible, and it is invaluable, really. Because I personally find this map, now it's not too bad. Some of it's filled out, but I find this map to be next to useless. It's way too hard, especially if you're zoomed in. There's no real way to figure out, okay, which square, where am I? No, I can't. This community map just beats the pants off of it. So that is what I use. So I think I need to be aiming more in this direction. I'm not 100% sure, but luckily there's not a whole lot of places I can end up and not find my way home from here, because I've actually I have personally physically been on like all of the shores on the entire, basically all of F24 from side to side. I have been in that whole area, so I can, one way or another, I can find my way home. It's just gonna take a little bit longer. Everybody from the Impalong. I know, Legios. I know, man. It is a travesty, honestly. And I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried that I'm veering off a little too far. I want to double check where I'm at. No, I'm still heading due south. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm fine. It is a Corbita, and I do not recommend that you ever build one, honestly. It was the longest building project I've ever had, ever. Not just in Worm, just in general. The longest building, and longest I've ever built anything is this Corbita. Because I started it the minute I got my shipbuilding high enough to be able to build it, and not a minute after, and so it took me a good probably month and a half, 2 months to build it, and I don't recommend it. It is slower than, yeah, I really could probably swim. I could probably swim faster than this, but then I would lose all my stuff. I gotta have all my stuff, including this range pole that Fabricant gave me. It doesn't have his name on it though. It doesn't have his signature on it, which is a little disappointing. But that's okay. I needed one actually. I still need to make a dioptra for myself, but at least I've got this. I've got the range. See, I've got the thing that I could have easily made myself. I've got that part. So that that must be. That can't be. We're going to take a very, very quick. That is. I'm pretty sure that's Oakenvale right there. I think that's the Colossus. But I do kind of. And here is the other problem with Corbitas. That your water has to be freaking damn near ocean depths to be able to actually travel on it. Let's just see if we can see a deed here. No. Okay. This, I can't tell if it's decayed or if it's somebody just starting out a new place. Kind of looks decayed to me, especially with this patchy farm the way it is. Vlada Vostok. That name actually rings a bell. Vlada Vostok. Where have I seen that name? I don't know. And I'm stuck in the dirt again. Oh my gosh, look at this swampy area. It's like Corbita hell right here. So if my guess is correct, then this will be Oakenvale. And I'm going to want to sail off the eastern side. Yeah, DJ. I think you were the one that started that said that you started an R at 22, and it took you even longer to build that than it took me to build this guy. So, yeah, lesson learned. Just because you can build something doesn't mean that you really should. Check that difficulty. If it's 2%, maybe wait a little while. Because yeah, it's really rough going. Especially if you're a new player that is trying to get something up and running. It's going to be very frustrating to fail over and over and over and over again. But now I feel like let's see, where am I at? 30 something? Oh, it's not gonna show because I'm not premium. Oh no, 34. Yeah, 34.7. And I guess I lost a little bit when I died at the Impalong, but it's in the 30s, so it'll take literally like minutes or hours to make it up. Probably minutes, really. Vostok was the name. Yeah, but I feel like I've seen that player's name somewhere else. And I may have just come across that area before because, like I said, I have explored a fair bit of this. I've passed by this Goblin Dreadnought I don't know how many times, and this whole area right here. I'm not the only one either. There's at least one other Alliance member that comes over and does archaeology over here. And I recently came here and did some archaeology as well. It's a little tougher to get everywhere, but there's some really, really good archaeology to be found here. And this is Oakenvale Harbor and Seven and Skaven Blight. These are some. I don't know. I don't remember how old the deeds wound up being. I found out. Okay, come on. So I've got to get. Did I go? Hang on. I have to. Oh yeah, I think I have to go over here a little bit. Where's it? I know I can get. Did I come around all the way? I did. I went a little bit too far. I went a little bit too far. I need to go. I'm on the eastern. I think I'm on the eastern side of Seven and Skaven Blight, and I need to be on the western side. So give me just a moment to get where I need to go. But I'm going much better speed going this way. So yeah, here's that Colossus that I was talking about. I think no, this is a different one. This is the one on Skaven, what used to be Skaven Blight, I think. I don't know. They all run together because I spent like an entire weekend here on all these. These are all decayed deeds. There's no deed here at all, but there's still a little bit of stuff. Not a whole lot. There's some boats, obviously. There's lots of fences. There's a bridge. There's this, whatever this is. This is the Colossus I was actually thinking about, the one for Oakenvale. This is my Oakenvale marker right here. This Colossus of Venora. So what we will do is start turning here. Blake's old deed. Are you talking about Oakenvale, Legios? Yeah, Purgy. Like I said, I spent a whole weekend out here. Like this fenced area you can get into. There's not a lot of stuff left. I picked up a couple of things that were in there. I don't even remember what it was now, but there's some really good archaeology to be had. And basically this whole island is empty. There is a project that, Legios, you can tell me who it is that lives at Port Hideo, because for some reason I can't think of his name, and I'm going to be pissed off at myself when you tell me. But he just built a road on that island. That island in the middle that I think he's building a bridge to, or he may have already built a bridge to it. Rapid Ron, thank you. Yeah, Ron and Jake Sully. That's where they live, is at Port Hideo, and they've got a project where I don't know if they're expanding onto this island, or if they're building a road to connect Port Heidi-Ho up to the western mainland, which is what I suspect they're doing. But we will see. And actually, we're gonna go under a bridge. So yeah, it looks like they're building. They're crossing over. They're building a road or something over to there. So that's kind of cool. I was just here maybe 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. That's when I was doing archaeology. There's several actually abandoned deed spots all around this whole island. And the island is also a little bit of a mountain, so there's a lot to be found there. But yeah, that on that map in F24, that island takes up that whole southwestern kind of corner of the map. And this is what we're passing by right now. Good night, Gaffer. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, Pergy, I missed your comment there. Dust off ye old looter nar. Yeah, there's still a few things to loot over there, but it's mostly archaeology fodder as far as I can tell. But there might still be some loot. So over here is Port Heidi-Ho. This is where Rapidron and Jake Sully live, and yeah, he's got a bridge here, and they've got, looks like they're extending a highway out that way. A lot of this was completely undeveloped when I passed by last, so they've been working hard. So anyway, I don't want to get lost, so we are going to veer off this way just a tad so that we can make our way to the tunnel. And this will be the Amish Sanctuary Canal that we're going to take to get to the waterway that takes us down to where the sanctuary is, and pass through there and make our way to my deed. So we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Oh shoot, I missed him. Darn it. Just a second too late, because I didn't see that he was logging out. Yeah, Forsetti is someone that I've seen in Alliance chat lots and lots of times. I'm sure I saw him in person at the last Nexalong, but I don't know that we really exchanged any words. I didn't socialize very much there, and I think part of it is because the actual socialization in game is fairly limited. But once you add the element of Discord or even just live stream chat, well, I guess that's really no different than just chatting in game, but watching someone at least and chatting with them and kind of interacting with them while they're playing adds another aspect to things that I think I really enjoy. So this tunnel is very, very well marked. It is very easy to find, and unlike some other areas that we'll be passing by, it's the only one in the area, so I know this is the right tunnel to take. That is not always the case on Xanadu. Especially in the area we're going to be passing by once we go through it off of Summerholt Lake, because there's 2 tunnels marked on the map, and I think there's actually 3. I think there's 1 unmarked tunnel, or at least partial tunnel, that you can accidentally wind up in if you don't know where you're going, or if you get lost like I do. And we're gonna go through this tunnel at 7.5 kilometers per hour, because that's how we roll. So, the upcoming bulk along that I was talking about earlier, I'm quite sure that it will be held at the same, at the Nexa Market and Sanctuary that all of our events are held at. So if you are interested in attending that event, especially if you're not actually part of the Alliance and you wouldn't normally even know that it was happening, please do check it out. Let me see if there's a forum post about it. I'm not sure if Jack has posted to the forum about it just yet. I know he was crafting. No, there's no post for bulk along on the forum. Let's do a quick search for Nexa. Okay, so the only thing I'm seeing that's been posted so far is Jack made a post to the forum about the Cancer Sucks fundraiser for Titch that we are actually doing the bulk along for. All of the proceeds. So the way I understand it is, we will be creating bulk items that have already sort of been purchased, or at the very least promised to be purchased from someone ahead of time. And so during the actual event is when we'll be making them and socializing, and we'll have, a sermon rotation just like any other Impalong. And I believe there's going to be some games and contests and stuff. So there's a lot of the usual kind of elements for an Impalong. I think are going to be there as well. But we'll just be creating the bulk items that have been requested for us to make, and that have been sort of paid for, and then all of that money is and they're from what I understand, they're not even like accepting in-game silver or anything for this. It's literally the way that you will pay for your items is by making a donation to the cancer fund. So let me go ahead and drop a link to that forum post here in the chat. You guys can check that out. Unfortunately, it doesn't talk in this forum post. It doesn't actually talk about the event itself. It just talks about the fund. But there should be a post coming up very, very soon, because it's planned to start on the 21st. So I assume that forum post is going to be there soon. Now that we've made it out the other side of the tunnel, let me just get my bearings. We are going to come out at the Nexa Market and Sanctuary, but I have to be careful how I do this, because one side is much harder to get through with a Corbita. Actually, I think it'll be okay right now. When it's clogged up with ships, it's a lot harder to tell where you can go. But I think it'll be alright at the moment. So we are passing by Amish farms, or at least what used to be Amish farms, according to the community map. I think it still is. I think I examined it before and it was still... Yeah, Amish farms is still there. But it doesn't look like it's being used for anything at the moment. I'm not sure if that's... I'm not sure what's going on with it. But if you look off to our right, you will see the famed Nexa Market and Sanctuary. And it is quite a nice facility for the events that we hold. I think it works brilliantly, and I'll tell you what, it has one thing that Blackmoor does not have, and I'm going to show that to you guys in just a minute, but it's genius. And if I'm ever involved with the helping of building an Impalong location, this is definitely something that I will do, because I think it's genius. Let me wait a moment to regain my stamina. Here, this will help. Anyway, so right here at the edge, and I think this is very, very wise to do it this way. But we have all the merchants, like Merchant Row, right here. Everybody from leather sales, rares, fine carpentry. We've got merchants over here. We've got merchants in the building. If you need runes, if you need the common runes that everybody wants, this is where you go. This is Rapid Ron. He's a member of our alliance, and well, these are all members of our alliance, but yeah, this is where you go. His prices are great. If you look here, his prices are 1 copper per quality level, which I think is amazing. So I highly recommend you come here and check out our marketplace, because it's actually pretty great. And I do come here all the time. I honestly do. If I need something, I don't go to Trade Chat first unless I'm not able to come and check the merchants, because I will come here first. So just for all you out there that because I know merchants have been slowly starting to disappear from the scene, and in fact, you can sadly see a couple of signs here from some merchants that are no longer doing business here. They just didn't have enough foot traffic, and I understand, but I do still come here, so you know. Everybody else, keep your merchants here just for me, if you don't mind. Thank you. Anyway, so let me show you my absolute favorite feature of this sanctuary, and it's the simplest thing, but it's right here. You can go fishing, you can sit down, you can fish to your heart's content. While the sermons happen, you can catch every single sermon. You don't have to worry about about the priest losing out on having a listener because you wanted to go do some fishing. And if there's nothing else to do, then you've got a place you can go. And it looks like they're making preparations for the bulk along already. Which this is really cool. That's really impressive. So normally during Impalongs, yeah, as you can see here, yeah, we've even still got the signs from the last Impalong. This is we'll usually have we've got coffins set up. People will have their boat. It looks like people are actually just keeping a lot of this stuff here just all the time. And then we've got our kitchen here, and there's usually a couple of people that will come in here and cook up a bunch of affinity foods for the emperors. And then if we head upstairs, we've got our other stations. We've got smithing up here, plenty of forges. Oh, that's the fire turret. Wow. There's a bunch of, it looks like they're using this for storage when it's not in use. And then this room is, I think it's usually somebody's bedroom. I don't know that I've ever seen a station set up in here. Same thing over here. I think it's like extra storage or something. And then there are usually, I think there was a station here set up at the last one. I can't remember what they had. I feel like they're storing these here for some reason. And yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to tell the way things normally are set up right now because everything's kind of looks like they're in progress of getting things ready for the bulk along. But this is our sanctuary. There is plenty of seating for people that just want to come and listen to sermons. There's every altar for every god, and so the priests will all congregate here, and they'll do their rotation just like at any Impalong, I'm guessing. And plenty of places where you can walk off to the side if you need to talk to somebody or do a trade, anything like that you need to do. You can just wander off and do your thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility. Very impressive. I've always liked it. I actually had been here long before I ever joined the Alliance. That's true on a Freedom server. I guess they're really, really pretty pointless to have those turrets. But they are cool. They're fancy. Cool. Got some Christmas trees out here. I'm not sure what kind of a display they're going for, but it looks like they've got something they're working on. And in here, I'll show you guys where I bought my horse. So when the first time I came here, this place was actually much busier. Like most of these stalls had horses. There's more horses in now. It looks like whoever it is that owns this merchant has restocked since the last Impalong, because when I was here last, there were 2 horses here. There was one right here, and there was one right here, or no, there was one a little further down, and there was only one merchant that had a key, and it was this one, and so it was a gamble, but I went ahead and bought it because it was cheap, and I wanted a 5-speed horse, so I bought it and took my horse, put the key back, and this is where I got it. So I don't know. I'm assuming one of these is Lofi's, and maybe both of them. Lofi is Olaf Harry Breeks, who is a very prominent member of our alliance, a founding member, I think, or at least a long, long-standing member, but one of my favorite people in the alliance anyway, because she's very outgoing and she loves her ponies, and she is always active in alliance chat, which is really cool. And active, I mean, active in general. She's around quite a bit. So let's see. Is there anything else I wanna show off before we head home? I have no idea what this is. Ailey's Stronghold, if you say so. There is some land in development over here that somebody owns. And if you head down this road, you'll eventually get to Summerholt. But first you pass by Amish Estates and Mennonite Hold. Amish Estates is a really great project. It's another thing that I really so Legios, you're telling me you came home from the Impalong so that you could imp stuff? Is that um I guess that's one way to do it. Maybe I'm just a little jealous because I don't have premium right now, and I wouldn't be able to imp anything successfully. Um, yeah, it's a little tricky getting out of here without getting stuck, but it's not too bad. So yeah, that is our market and sanctuary area. Yeah, yeah. Apparently, Legios. I don't know. He may not be listening in the stream. I guess I should say something to him in chat. Oh, you know what it is? I didn't even notice. Yeah, we got a really. Oh, and you get to see Horse Island. It's not an island, and it's not just horses, but I'm gonna call it Horse Island because I don't have a better name for it yet. Um, but there's a spot here, and let's see if you're looking at the community map. This is south of Jellyfish Logistics, and this rocky outcropping. That it's a peninsula basically that's jutting out here in H24, and coming up into G24, and for whatever reason, this area spawns just a ridiculous number of horses. I think a hefty chunk of a percentage of the horses on the server have to live here at any given time, because just look at this. And yeah, there's other stuff too. There's bulls and sheeps and rams and a few cows. But look at all the freaking drab gray horses. There's one brown one. There's a dead brown one. They're almost all gray, and they're always here, and I don't know why. Um, we're in Raven Bay now. Raven Bay. I actually don't know who owns Raven Bay. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anybody in local when I've been at Raven Bay, but I do need to have words with the owner, and you might see why if I don't angle my boat right. But there are some spots here. Yep, here it is. There are some spots here that a Corbita cannot actually get through unless you get it the exact right spot, and it is sometimes I sail right through it with no problem, and other times I get stuck like I am now, and it's very frustrating, and I really want to get out here with a dredge, but it's on deed. I literally cannot do anything about it. So, oh my god, and it is so frustrating. It is so frustrating to not be able to get through this tiny spot. I'm kind of glad it's actually happening on stream, because it doesn't normally, or it doesn't happen every time. Come on. Okay, now I'm going the wrong direction. But it should give me the ability to get... Here we go. Now I think if I get a little closer to this southern shore, I can get past it. But yeah, and it's so hard. It's so hard to tell what the depth is, but it just needs like one dirt level. Like that's it. And it'll probably be fine, but in the meantime, it's a pain in my ass. So anyway, continuing on the tour. So that's Raven's Bay or Raven Bay, right there, and then coming up is Dusky Bay. That's this next very nicely worked area here. And again, I do not remember the owner of Dusky Bay's name. I have yet to actually encounter them, so I'm not 100% sure. But everything is still here so far. So I don't know if they're just inactive right now, or what the story is. Ooh, before I get too far, I may already be too far, but my neighbor and friend, Mavodo, lives just over here and at the top of a mountain. It's a great spot, it's a great location, and ow! That's brutal. 50 damage to your chest pieces. Geesh. So let's see if we can see Mavodo's, yeah, here we go. There we go. So you can't actually see it, but you can mouse over it. The trees really obscure it, but he's got his deed and his house going up there, and he is building on an abandoned deed as well. There was nothing left when he got there, but roads. But it's what he's already done quite a bit with the place. We might swing by there. It's not very far from my house. So we might drop by there before we wrap up. But now we come to let's see. Do I wanna show you guys? I showed you. No, I mean there's really not much here right now. There's there's a highway right here. You can kind of see it. There's a highway right there that leads up, and it goes, connects up right here, and it heads due north, and you can see that on the community map, clear as day. And that highway is what I need to connect to. So one of my big projects is to build a connection to that highway somewhere over here. And it's probably going to wind up going over in this area here. I'll show you a little more closely in just a moment. So I actually prefer to park my boat right on this side at the moment. So let us moor, and let's just dump the contents into my inventory. And okay, we're moving okay. It's not bad. This is my little fishing spot that I set up. So I've got. I better take that. It's taking some damage, but just got a chair. Got my little cart here that needs a little bit of repairs done to it. Keep some extra fishing lines and a barrel. And so I'll just come down here, plop in my chair if I want to do fishing without dealing with the boat, because I don't have a sailboat right now or a rowboat to do any fishing with. So I usually just plonk down there by the shore. This is going away very soon, but I have to widen it. Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with this yet. This gravel path is what leads up to my deed, but depending on where the highway bridge has to go, I may have to move it or something. I don't know. Hey, Lechios. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. But so this guard tower is basically the only thing that was here when I arrived. There was some gravel roads, a gravel road that led up partly up this mountain. I have since leveled and replaced the gravel with cobblestone. And I said leveled, that's not true. I only leveled it up here, but I leveled it together. I widened it out. It was only a one-lane road that was just running up this way. Literal gravel road. You can see here an offshoot of it, and it still runs off down the mountain. Curiously, I also have access to a lake. So it's a very small lake, but you can kind of see it on the community map there in H24. There's a lake down there, but I don't really ever go there. There's a old sacrarium, a shrine that is I don't know how long it's been here. Which deed? Oh, it was Ghost Knight, I think, that built that. And that is also, I believe, who built this guard tower. Was a player named Ghost Knight, and they are one of the people that used to own land up here. Yeah, Ghost Knight. But when I got here, just a few roads. That was it, and some paving. There was some paving left over. So haven't completed my my fencing yet, but I've got kind of an idea here. I was thinking I would do some short iron fences, coming down and then expanding out around. I have a stable here with all my horses, so this is actually my property line right here. I do plan on extending my deed, actually, especially because I'm 99% sure that I'm basically overpaying for it, because I'm pretty sure that I'm under the minimum charge, which is 1 silver per month, but my deed is not actually big enough to charge that much, but I get charged that anyway. So I actually do need to take the time to extend it just a little bit. So this border might wind up going out to the road eventually. So this is my house. This bell tower, the nymph statues, probably a couple of the horse statues, and a whole bunch of other stuff I rescued from abandoned deeds. I have found a lot of this stuff at deeds that are mostly decayed, but that still had some useful items left behind. I've got a ton of these horse statues that I got when Valgard fell. Here's all my horses. Here's Pie Hard. Here's Old Horse. Here's East Rock. I'm pretty sure East Rock is the horse that I actually bought. Here's Fast Panda. Fast Panda is a horse that I rescued from an abandoned deed, but that still had locked, or not locked, but it still had working fence gates. So they were essentially locked in. So I rescued them. So I've got Fast Panda I rescued, Pickpie I rescued, Nawadi I rescued, and there was one other, Hallamrain, I think. Either Hallamrain or East Rock is the one that I bought. See, I'm nowhere near the wagon, and that's why it won't let me look at my horse, which doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this is my little shed that I built. So I've got a forge out here, basically just for branding or maybe imping horseshoes. I've got a BSB with just kindling and logs for running the forge. I've got a food storage bin that has nothing in it currently. And then here is the rest of my stable, and another horse, and another horse statue, and some great bushes that I just haven't bothered to cut down yet. But that is here's my wagon, the Exodus Omega. Here's my cart. I got this cart imped at last year's Impalong, last year's Nexa Impalong. That's 2017. I got this thing imped to 90, and in the 6 months that I was inactive, it wound up taking less than 2 QL worth of damage. So I can attest, and you can see it was made by my brother, AJ Whitewolf. So I can attest to high quality really making a huge difference in. What was the announcement? What did I don't know. I missed a notification from Discord, but I'm not sure where it came from. Well, whatever. Anyway, anything important in here? No, not really. You can probably tell I do a lot of archaeology. Anything in here I need to be worried about? It's mixed. Oh, it's bulk storage, but don't need to worry about that. Yeah, this 40 quality rat pelt that's just going to waste because I don't really need it. So this is my house, and I have kind of a garage, which I'm really proud of. Really happy that I made that. So actually, I'll park my wagon in here when I need to load and unload stuff. I've got a crate rack here with all sorts of goodies. I've started to use this as a transitory crate rack, so I will basically come in here and grab empty crates before I go out to do something, and then I'll either store the empty crates on here, or I'll load all the crates back into the crate rack, and then I'll start parsing it out to where it needs to go. But I recently completed. I recently completed a warehouse, and I've started moving a lot of my bulk goods out there. The stuff that I don't really, because I had this separated at a very granular level. You know, I had quality levels. I had, you know, different, probably six or eight different crates just for logs based on quality level and stuff like that. And for not for logs necessarily, but for a lot of this other stuff, it just made way more sense to go with a bulk storage system. So if we and I at the time I did not have access, or I did not have the ability to create a bulk container, bulk storage rack or whatever it's called, but I do now. I have the fine carpentry to do it now. So now what I have is a series of bulk storage bins and another crate rack inside here that I'll keep things that make more sense to keep in crates, like logs, and just short-term storage for anything that I gather while I'm out and about. But in my warehouse, I've got a lot of the stuff that I've picked up from other deeds. So I have picked up lots and lots of unlocked large chests. Some of them had stuff in them, a lot of them didn't. So I've got like a bunch of small wheels and stuff, but I haven't really organized any of that. It's really just overflow. But I have a bunch of these demon statues from an area that I found that had probably thousands. I didn't count, but it was just a horde of demon statues off in a forest all by itself. It was bizarre. So I took a few and used them to decorate my warehouse. So up here, basically nothing. I had a bed that I was storing up here, but I moved it because I needed it at the campground. But this is just my overflow for things like furniture and stuff like that I need a place to store. That all goes in here. And this warehouse, my intention is to make this an alliance accessible warehouse. Once I get everything like finished, especially once I get the campground finished, this warehouse will be available to anyone in the alliance that needs whatever I've got in there. Because there have been a number of times where people had stuff that they needed to get rid of, and they didn't want to throw it away, but nobody wanted to take it, and I didn't have a place for it, but I would have loved to have hung on to it for if somebody needed it later. So I built a place basically just for that. So back into my house here. This is this has been my kind of work area for not work area is the wrong word. It's not really a storage area. It's more of, I guess, a short-term storage. So I've got some relatively high-quality stuff in one, and then the rest of these are various kinds of items. But for the most part, I've been moving stuff away from this and either into the warehouse or into dedicated spots because I've been trying to set up more dedicated stations that make some kind of sense. My kitchen isn't set up yet. This is not where my kitchen will be. I haven't decided where it'll be yet, but it's not going to go here. But this is where I've been using it. Like, this is where I've been using for now, but it's not where I intend to stay. Up here, I have some empty space, which is probably where my kitchen will actually go. And here, this I'm actually pretty proud of, is my my blacksmithing area. So I've got 2 forges, which is fine. It's good enough for me. I can add more. And actually, I thought about building more, but I decided to wait and just build a smeltery, because the only real reason to build multiple forges past 2, I think, is if you're smelting a bunch of stuff, and I think it just makes sense to build a smeltery at that point. Or 2. So as soon as I get my masonry up, I'll be able to do that. But, so I've got 2 forges, I've got 2 crate racks. I'm still working on getting the second filled up. It's only got 11 in it so far. But, as you can see, I meticulously made every crate cedar wood so that they would actually sort properly when you sort them. And I've got it at a fairly, as granular as I can feasibly make it at the moment. So I've got 0 to 39, and then 40 to 59, 60 to 69, and then 70 to 79. And as I move up within the world, I have found myself going back and renovating this system a little bit. So like at the moment, I'm capping out in the 70s because that's the highest I ever find. It's my mining is low enough that I can't get that high, and so far with archaeology, that's been my cap, and I'm recreating lumps. But once I start getting more, 80 plus quality stuff, what I'll probably wind up doing is combining like the 40 to 59 and the 60 to 69 into one. Now, how necessary it is to keep them this separate, I don't know. I've never seen anybody else. I've never looked at anybody else's organization system to see how they do it. This is what has come of my trial and error and working with different things and trying to figure out the most efficient way to store stuff. And I'm not completely happy with it, but for what I do, for how much I use it, it works pretty well. And the main issue I have here is that I'm actually maxed in this crate rack, so I literally cannot add any more crates to this crate rack. So if I want to have all of my regular metals on one crate rack, it means that I have to rework the quality levels. But then, so on my second crate rack, it is intended just for alloys, and that will probably change because I don't think there's enough alloys to actually be worth to fill up 30 crates. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, one thing I'm thinking about doing now that I have the ability to build a bulk container unit, I may wind up actually replacing this whole storage system with a single bulk container unit. Depending on how many quality levels I can do, because I don't know how many different actual like containers you can have inside there, but if I can have at least like 5, then I think I can make it work. I could replace pretty much the whole system with 5 bulk storage bins in a bulk container unit. So we'll see. That may be the way to go. And as far as ore goes, I've got just a series of BSBs, ranging from under 20, 20 to 29, 30 to 39. I've got that. Basically, I just add one each time I get, each time I start getting stuff from a different quality level. I just add a BSB, and that's how I handle my ore. So that's probably pretty similar to how most people. I don't know. That may be even that may be a little more in depth than a lot of people are willing to go. My tailoring and leatherworking station is a little bit on the sad side, and I know this doesn't make any sense. There's a story behind this that I may get to, but anyway, my tailoring area is it gets the job done. I don't do a whole lot of tailoring. It's not very high, or leatherworking, but I do have to do it occasionally, and it's nice to have one spot where I can come and do it all. But you can tell I don't do very much of it because I have basically regular quality and really good quality. There's no in between. There's no steps at all. It's just if I've got really good quality stuff, it goes in there. Everything else goes in here, and then I've got a little chest here with my basically spindles in it. Oh, and a measuring jug with some lye. But I've got a spinning wheel, and I've got my floor loom. I've got a carpet that I don't think I even made. I think I picked it up from an abandoned deed. I could be wrong. This has some COC water in it, which is cool. A Alliance mate sent that to me, which was awesome. I've got my kiln, and I have a project, and oh my god, this week has not been good to my project. I really should have thought about that, and I should have logged in Dave to repair that stuff. That is gonna take some time to get back up. Totally forgot about this. So I'm doing a project for an alliance mate that needs planners, and we're going for 50 quality planners, and yeah, I almost would be better off making brand new planners at creation quality. I think it would be better than that. Anyway, this leads us to my bedroom, and this is a shared bedroom because I have an alt, and this is my bed, Perry's bed, this is Dave's bed, Dave Yognot, and this is my archaeology station right here. So this is, and this, I don't remember who I was talking with about this. It might have been on my previous stream. It may have been someone else's. but this is how I have my archaeology set up. So I have a large storage unit. Hi, Chuck Yard. Nice to see you. If you put the BSBs on the floor above, just leave like 3 tiles in a row floorless. You can fit enough BSBs all the way around. Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, and I haven't even showed you the 3rd floor. There's actually a little bit more space too. But that's really good to know. Thanks for the tip. So anyway, how I have this set up, I had a choice. These are all for fragments, so they basically have no volume, or they have such a low volume that you can fit them in any container. And so any container that can hold 100 items will hold 100 fragments. That includes satchels and backpacks and small chests and pottery amphoras and all sorts of other stuff. But at the time, I did not have access to a large amount of cotton, or else I would have made nothing but satchels to do this. It would have made a lot more sense to me. But I did have access to plenty of wood and plenty of iron, so I made small chests. And in order to make them sort properly, I had to make sure that they were made of the same kind of wood. So I did a whole load of chests out of maple wood, and then I did a whole load of chests out of birch wood, and I did a whole load of chests out of cedar wood. Because I had 3 shelves, so I thought it made sense to choose 3 types of wood and do it that way. So what I have is a now we'll get to the lumps in a minute, because I'm actually probably going to redo this whole thing. But I've got a chest for chain armor fragments, a chest for plate armor fragments, a chest for what I call building materials, which is debatable. It's shipbuilding, it's carpentry stuff, but you know, they're loosely related. And then we've got the lumps. Now, at the moment, I am purely just putting all my lumps together, and what I'm doing is manually sorting by quality and putting them together in a way that that groups them by quality. But I will actually be redoing that the next time that I do archaeology, probably, because if you look here in my ores section, which I don't remember why I broke those into satchels, but I did. Give me one sec, guys. So I think I'm gonna redo my lumps to match the way that I do my ores, where it won't be by the specific type of lump. It'll just be by the quality level. That because I wind up doing a lot more work actually doing it this way when I'm doing lumps than I do with ores. So I think I'll wind up changing that. But yeah, on down the list, you know, this is how I've got it set up. Got a few mask fragments, not a whole lot. And so as I uncover fragments, I'll drop them into whatever chest or satchel they correspond to. Then my second shelf is mostly like construction materials. So it's got all the ores, but it's also got all the bricks. It's got all the shards. It's got the rounded stones, and I've got a special chest here for cursed items. And these, if you're not aware, in archaeology there are currently these lumps that you'll uncover that aren't associated with any particular metal. They are, but they're not. it's very strange. They won't necessarily combine with each other, and they don't. I'm pretty sure that the resulting lumps don't actually do anything. I've never tried. I'm kind of afraid to try, but it's there's some weirdness going on with all that I think they're still working out. So anyway, whenever I do get those, I just dump them in here so that I can get them out of the way. Um, and I've got an overflow section for when chests get full, because they do get full. As you can see, my rock shards chest. I've actually got a rare rock shard in there, but it's got 100 fragments. My marble shards chest I just recently cleared out, so it's just got a few. But they fill up pretty quick. Um, and then my third shelf is reserved exclusively for unidentified fragments. So when I get back from a day of archaeology, I will unload all my satchels or whatever into these chests. Now, so far, I have yet to actually fill up all these chests in one go. I have filled them all up, but I have not done it all at once. Um, but that'd be 800 fragments, so that would be quite a feat. But I have come home with half that a number of times. Um, so yeah, I've only got eight chests on here, but it's more than I've needed really so far. And in the event that I do actually fill up, I'm usually transferring out of satchels or backpacks, and I could easily just drop those just into the shelf if I needed to. So it works. It works. It gets me everything that I need. Easy access to everything, and in a way that makes sense. Um, I keep my tool parts separate from my full tool fragments. Um, and I'll periodically, once I've uncovered a bunch of stuff and sorted it out through here, I'll come through and I'll combine a bunch of stuff. And it's kind of it's a process. Crude tools, which I may stop combining in the near future. If once the skill gain gets negligible on some of this stuff, I probably will start giving up on it and sacrifice it instead. And the reason for that is what I'm going to show you next. Well, first, let me show you this is not all of the settlement tokens that I've uncovered. This is when I stopped collecting them, essentially. Uh, so, Tuon's Retreat, Radiant Valley, Tranquil Gardens, Lakeside, Valgard, Hilltop View, River's Edge, a couple for River's Edge. Exodus Prime. Now let's just take a look at this Exodus Prime. Now I got this when my archaeology was still probably in the 30s or 40s, basically as soon as you start uncovering caches. And so it actually does not say who the mayor was, but it was me. That was my deed. That's my decayed deed from when I first joined Worm and first started playing. So I think I've got two of those. I haven't been back in a while, but Nudibranch Village, Raven Crest, Aluncard, West Greymead. These are all from back when I lived close to Greymead. Except for, 200 Retreat. There's another one for West Greymead, by the way. Anybody in chat that lives anywhere near Greymead, if you need a spot for archaeology, go find West Greymead. On the community map, here, let me just take a look. I might even try to pull it over and show you guys because this was a huge deed. In fact, that is what I'm going to do. Give me one sec while I work this out with OBS. Let's add a display capture. It knows what I want. So, here's Greymead and I-18 on Xanadu. West Greymead was literally all of this. All of it. It was humongous. I spent an entire day doing archaeology here, and I could have spent longer. I could have kept going without running out of tiles in one day, and I came home with just hundreds of fragments. And it was one deed. That was the amazing thing. I really thought with how much area this covered, I kept wandering out to areas that I thought surely this was built later. No, the only thing I ever found there was West Greymead. This whole area it was all West Greymead, and it is a great spot for archaeology. So, pro tip. Anyway, so I've kind of given up on bringing these back. I might bring one back occasionally now. Like I brought one back from Lakeside recently, but I've started using them to mark the actual location of the caches for the next time I come through, or for the next time someone else comes through. So that's, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to ultimately do with all these, unless I find a use for them. But moving on, so some of the more interesting items that I found, I started putting here, and I haven't updated this in a bit. This was right when I first set up this area, when I first moved here. So I've got like a runed pottery amphora that, and look, this rune makes just means nothing at all, because you can't improve completed. But that one works, pottery flask. That one makes sense. We got a ruined pottery bowl that will increase volume. That one I'm curious about. Could actually make a difference. Reduce quality change when repairing damage. Can't repair it, so it doesn't matter. This one will reduce decay taken. That one's actually semi-useful. So I've got a ruined rake, and this is all back when I first started uncovering items with runes on them. So they all pretty much only have one rune. This rake actually has a useful rune on it. Makes it more likely to be enchanted and less likely to shatter. There's a beer stein that has a rune that reduces the decay of items inside, which to me seems brilliant for a beer stein. Put your beer in there and it'll decay slower. I think that's hilarious. Got some runed scissors that are actually kind of useful. And here, this is one example of something I'm about to show you. Got a couple of flower pots that are ruined. But you might ask, what the hell do you do with, like, surely that's not all that you've come up with, and it is indeed not. When I have completed items in archaeology, They go one of many places. You know, bricks and things like that will go off to the bulk storage. If it's a tool part, it goes in here. If it's a runed tool part and it's small enough to fit in a backpack, it goes in here. And as you can see, I actually have a fair number of runed tool parts. Now, how many of them are useful runes is a whole other question. But I have lots. If you've seen any of Fabricant's archaeology streams, you know that he puts me to absolute shame. But considering how much longer he's been doing archaeology than me, I think that's probably fine. Now, if it's not runed, if it's just a tool part, then it goes into this bag. And a lot of these are useless too. You know, they're gold stuff and lead stuff and things like it. I probably will really need to smelt those down and reclaim the lumps out of them. But anything that's too big to fit in a backpack and it's a tool part just gets dropped in the chest. And for some reason I have, it's for when I do, when I'm trying to get a rare, I'll make hundreds and hundreds of something and just keep making them, but it never finished that little project, so still got a few leftovers. But yeah, so anything that won't fit in there, I just drop in the chest itself and I just name it, whether it's runed or not. So you know, I've got a runed longsword blade that has, yeah, an enchanting rune. That's cool. That's kind of useful. But yeah. So that's that. So whenever I get tool parts that from archaeology or anything else really, conceivably they go in here. Then I've got a BSB that I keep, you know, handles and arrow shafts and arrowheads and stuff for general tool making and anything other stuff that I'm creating from archaeology. And then this is where most of the rest of it goes. This is my kind of general storage, and this is just everything. So one shelf, well, we'll get to that one in a moment. One shelf is mostly tools and, you know, stuff, and a lot of this I've either made or I've recovered, you know, while I've been out exploring, or it's, you know, stuff that I've bought in the past that I'm not using. It's just kind of everything. It really is. Mostly tools and that kind of thing. And then I've got another shelf which is mostly armor and pottery stuff. With you know, but again, like there's no rule. There's no organization here. This is just a place to dump everything, honestly. But then this shelf, this is where things get special. Anything that is enchanted or rare or runed, if I don't have an immediate use for it, it goes here. And I need to remember this this shelf the next Impalong so I can bring some goodies. This guy I need to get. I should have probably got it improved actually, but for whatever reason I didn't. But like I got a WA horseshoe. I don't remember where I found it, but I've got one. I've got a fruit press with COC. A lot of these enchanted things I literally found. You know, I was talking with Legios earlier about going out and exploring exploring the world and exploring old abandoned deeds and finding stuff, just finding something, finding I remember back when I first started, there was an abandoned deed, or an abandoned area at least, fairly close to where I wound up kind of putting a camp down. And let's see who has joined us. Hey, speak of the devil, and he will appear.
What's up?
Welcome back. I'm just talking about uh, exploring and old deeds, and I was just saying that when I first started the game, I built a little camp just outside of Greymead, and right up the road, on the eastern side of Greymead, right up the road, there was this little house that the roof was gone and half the walls were gone, and there was like a food storage bin that was chock full of veggies and meat and stuff, and there were a couple of bulk storage bins sitting around that had stuff, and I'd never come across like this treasure trove of stuff before, and ever since then, I think it's one of the things I will watch out for when I'm out and about. If I'm out exploring or if I'm traveling, I'll keep an eye, and if it looks like there's an abandoned deed, I'll go check it out, because you just never know. You just never know what you'll find, and some of this stuff came from doing exactly that. Some of these, like I haven't bought 3 COC enchanted hammers. No one's given these to me. I found them. I found all of them. Um, I don't think I've ever bought a COC enchanted hammer, but
What's
I've
your
got them.
archaeology?
Do what?
Your archaeology, what is it at?
What is my archaeology at? I don't remember. 72. Yeah, 72.
Nice.
So it's good, but it's not good enough to get COC 50 plus enchants. So it definitely didn't come from that. So those came from some abandoned deed, and in fact, probably most of the enchanted stuff in here that I didn't either make from archaeology or buy from somewhere all came from almost all the same abandoned deed, because this one that I found, it was just chock full. I don't know how, like, I don't know how I was the first person to get to it, because it had clearly been gone for months and months and months. But there was still a whole bunch of enchanted stuff in their forges, and in one of the chests, I think, had a bunch. So I brought it all home. I mean, it's all mid-level enchants, but it's all free enchanted stuff. You can't beat that. At the very least, if I can't use it, somebody can. Somebody in the Alliance, or once I get the campground up and running, I'll be able to give stuff away to people that need it. So I've got a place to keep it in the meantime. Um, but I also put my archaeology stuff here too. So anything that I make that's ruined, if it's completed, or if I go ahead and complete it, attach a handle or whatever it needs, then it'll go in here until I figure out what else to do with it. So, and that includes, at this point, nails, and there's probably no. I think I used all my enchanted shafts um, for a project, because I try to use things like that up when I think about it. I'll come and grab them from here first so I can get rid of them. But I do still have some large nails in here that are all enchanted. So let's see, this one. I think we're lagging. Oh no, there it goes. Yep, Blessings of the Dark 20 on a gold large nails. Circle of Cunning 1 on a large nails, and Wind of Ages 1. Now that one's actually, I mean, Wind of Ages on a large nails could be kind of useful if you're doing construction. Um, but you'd have to do it on every single one. So that would be kind of tough. But and then here's one with Circle of Cunning 28 on a zinc large nails. Like it's those I probably found. I'd be willing to bet one of you guys dropped somebody else in the alliance, like Mello or Fatty Noob. They I've noticed they tend to uh, just unload whatever fragments they don't need, and I'll hoover those things up because I still get skill gain from combining them. So
Yeah,
maybe,
the only archaeology that I do is I pick up the fragments. That's all.
oh really?
Yeah, Sari's the one that basically IDs them and everything.
Oh, okay. Now, and I always wondered if, I always kind of wondered because they're separate skills, like whether anybody had kind of worked out an arrangement like that uh, where one person really focuses more on one than the other and kind of frees up a skill slot that you don't have to focus on.
We both do the collecting. Usually when we go out, we go out. I mean, we get anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 fucking fragments in like one run.
Wow.
But I don't like the whole identifying them, so I just let her do it. So her actual archaeology goes higher than mine. Mine is only 50, and it's because when I'm doing archaeology, I use a quality 90 rare shovel with a speed rune and like almost 100 Wind of Ages on it. So
Holy
I don't really
moly.
get any XP from actually doing it. So most of my levels have come literally just from doing it a lot. So if I would probably be in the 70s if I actually used a COC shovel low quality, but the chance of fail is kind of shitty when all I want to do is kind of just gather fragments.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually only recently started experimenting more with using the shovel instead of the trowel, and I'm pretty sure that I was getting a fair number of the rarer fragments when I was doing the shovel.
From what I understand, if you use the shovel, you're using a harder tool to get results, so it automatically bumps up the rarity of the stuff that you find. At least that's my understanding from what I've read so far.
Yeah, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I don't really know exactly how much effect this has, and nobody really knows, or is being forthcoming with the information. Um, but I do feel like it does. I mean, I definitely get lower quality stuff, but I tend to get more, armor fragments and more statue fragments and stuff like that. So. Um, Oh, already. What am I doing? Nope. I need it because it's the last of it. Uh. So, anywho. Oh, and here's some small nails too. What have I got? I've got Wind of Ages 2 and Wind of Ages 4. That is some impressive stuff. And a runed pottery dish with 10% volume rune on it. Could actually roasting dish. I mean. Um, could actually be useful. And a bunch of runed pottery planters that I plan on giving to Farkas. And a bunch of runed pottery jars that I have no idea what I'll do with. Reduce quality change when repairing damage. Yep, useless. Increase volume and reduce the decay of items inside. Could be useful for a pottery jar. Increasing rarity when improved. Nope. That's useless. Repairing damage. Nope. So yeah, it's archaeology is kind of hit and miss. It's kind of, but then you get cool stuff like a freaking. I got okay. This one is not a great example. a pickaxe with Flaming Aura 10 on it. But it's also ruined, so it's
It would have been interesting though if you could cast Flaming Aura, and then there would be a slight percent chance that shit would, like while you're mining, that the ores would actually turn to lumps. That would be pretty fucking.
That'd be great. Self-smelting pickaxe. Wow. I think I've seen that in Minecraft before.
I actually saw that in RuneScape, which is why I always bring it up in Worm.
Oh wow. Like a flaming pickaxe.
It would be useful. I mean, shit. I mean, I see nothing wrong with it. Would it be unrealistic? Hell yeah. Do we have dragons? Fuck yes.
It's very true. That's very true.
Do the dragons use fire breath? Yes, they do. Therefore, you can simultaneously mine and turn shit into lumps. I mean,
I don't really see why not. Oh, here, this right here is the pride of my collection. It is a pair of scissors that was pre-enchanted when I created it with archaeology, with Wind of Ages 1.
shit. I don't even know at what level channeling you can even get such slow.
Right?
channeling.
I'm not sure that a priest could physically cast Wind of Ages 1. And of course the the chance of that being a noticeable effect, I just can't imagine. Maybe at level 1 of the skill, you might see a tiny difference, but I doubt that. But yeah, most of this either came from archaeology or I just found it. Like this chain set that I'm trying to put together uh, for um, for the event, and now I have much less time to do it since I wound up being on Independence for a week. Um, but I found or no, I didn't find, but I created through archaeology basically almost a whole chain set that has various runes, and most of them are actually useful. Um, so, okay, that one's not. It reduces weight, but well, actually, that is kind of useful for chain. Um, this one, it'll increase quality at a faster rate and have a slight glow. That's cool. This one's increases the time an enchant holds power. That's cool. Higher chance to be improved, higher chance of increasing rarity. This is all golden. Like a lot of this stuff has actually decent runes on it, but I don't actually have a full set of all the same metal type. I have lead and iron and copper and silver. So the trick has been trying to put together a proper set of armor. But I really want to put together a full rune set that I can donate for a prize for something. But now I'm not sure I'm going to have time to finish it. But, I was thinking about this the other day. I'll bet if I got in touch with Fabricant and I showed him what I had, I'll bet he could help me finish out my armor set here, especially since it's for charity. I might have to hit him up and see if he would see if he'd help me with that, because I'm sure he's got tons of this stuff lying around. I know he does. I know he does.
I haven't gotten anything significant from archaeology yet. I mean, every time Sari finds something interesting, she tells me about it, but she's very focused on getting the statue fragments and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I've found some really decent shit in abandoned deeds, like really decent shit.
Yeah. Yeah, on abandoned deeds, I think you're much more likely to find something that's actually really good. But this is the pride of the actual pride of my collection as far as my own archaeology goes, is my longsword. Um, it has 3 runes on it, and they're all useful.
Oh, that's good.
It's
That's
amazing.
that's one of the things that got me really excited about archaeology is the fact that I was browsing the the, the forums,
Hmm.
so the market, and I saw somebody say that they're selling ruined items, and I'm like, okay, ruined items, I know what that is. And then I'm scrolling through and I see that he's showing items that have like 2 to 3 runes, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you can't do that.
And then when I saw that you could get 3 fucking runes on a fucking item, I was like, I need to find a huge axe with 3 runes on it.
Yeah. And that was like when I put this together, the blade, and I looked at it and was like, really, really? Because I'd seen 3 runes before, but every single time one of them is completely unrelated to the item.
Right.
It, you know.
Like high quality shit on a weapon.
Yeah, but this one, it's got a chance to resist shattering. It's got a chance to be higher chance to be successfully improved, higher chance of increasing rarity, higher chance of resisting shattering, and a better chance of reduced quality change when repairing damage. It's all useful. So, yeah, that is now my longsword. That is.
And it's at least iron, not some weird fucking metal
Yeah, yeah, it's not a
like
weird
lead.
metal. Something that's hard to find to imp and probably does less damage. Yeah.
That's definitely a nice weapon then. I would definitely improve it to 90 and then send it out to get enchanted if you're serious about, I guess, longsword.
I probably should. Yeah, I did get it. I did send it to somebody to get a free, or I don't remember how I got COC on it. It might have been at the last Impalong. I can't remember now if I'd made it by then, but somehow or another it's got COC 52 on it. Um, but yeah, maybe a nice life transfer or something on it at a decent level.
Yep.
That could be cool.
Shit, if you can get 90 life transfer on it, you're pretty much good.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, and get it imped up to a
Like
decent
I
quality.
literally just got that like an hour ago. I fucking bid on an axe a few days ago on the farm. And yeah, I ended up winning it. Fucking rare axe, quality 9
Very
with
nice.
95 nimbleness and what the fuck is that? Yeah, 95 nimbleness, 91 life transfer, and 94 circle of cunning, and 100 mind for 7 silver, which I really didn't want it. I kind of just impulse bid on it, and then I was like, ah, fuck. I was in fucking trade chat saying want to sell. I was advertising the fucking auction, trying to hope somebody would fucking bid on it and just outbid me. So now I have another fucking huge axe, and my original huge axe, the one that I bought when I actually came back, I paid like 9 fucking silver for that shit just because I had 100 life transfer on it, and it was normal, by the way.
Wow. Wow.
But
Well,
yeah,
I guess in that context, it was a hell of a deal then.
I mean, you get
But
what you
you'll
pay
never.
for. That's the good thing about Worm is that like when I first started playing Worm, I started playing with Sari, and we didn't know shit about the game, so we were under the impression making money costs real money or a lot of time. So we were always kind of budget people. We would always buy the cheaper alternative. We wouldn't really go for the high end COC and cast in general. But as we started playing more and more, and our skills got to that mid level, the early 70s and shit like that, we were like, okay, we need better tools, and
Hmm.
we ended up spending a bunch of money buying new tools. Like I have a whole set of rare leatherworking tools, like all the way down to everything. Like, I decided I was gonna do leatherworking, and I went all out on the fucking leatherworking tools. Everything's enchanted 90 plus. Um, the only thing I haven't put on it is blood because that shit can get expensive. But when we quit, we ended up selling everything. And when we
Oh,
came
okay.
back, we already knew all of this. So we immediately bought 100 silver, and with that, we basically, plopped our deed again. We bought the basic tools, shovel, pickaxe, which we always get rare and ruined and with Wind of Ages on, because we want to, she likes pottery, so clay is really important to her, and I like mining, so gathering the highest quality ore I can for my level, which is actually shit, was important. And I like hunting, so a weapon of, decent quality and enchants was mandatory for me.
Sure.
So coming into the game, we basically did that. We just bought 100 silver and bought the shit that we knew we wanted, that we had, and we kind of skipped buying general trash that, to be honest, it turned into a hassle trying to get rid of without losing any money.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like you pay you get what you pay for. It's how Worm works. But as a newbie player, you don't think about that. You don't think about your time until you're literally doing the same shit all day long, and you're wondering why the fuck isn't it getting any better.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's and once you get kitted up, you can use that for a very long time.
Yep, everything
Um,
gets easier as fuck. Like same thing with body strength. When you got shit body,
oh,
everything kind of bogs you down. But
yeah.
then you dedicate like a whole fucking day to body strength, and guess what? You can now hold 10 extra kilograms, and that's a big fucking deal.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely
yeah,
it
it's
is.
that early stage is a bit overwhelming because you're discovering the world and whatnot, and you kind of get stuck on that phase until you realize that you're not really getting.
Yep. And speaking of starting out, I think one final thing that I want to do here is take a quick trip up my incomplete highway. Oh, actually, real quick. So I have I've built this two-lane highway out to right here, and so I'm gonna be getting with Jack and I forget who else I was talking to, and we're gonna figure out where the best place to drop a bridge going all the way across to connect up with that highway that's already cat side because it went straight into Valgard previously. So I need to get connected up. That's where I plan on connecting to this proto highway. But then if we go ahead and head west, we can go directly up the mountain. Now this had switchback trails, basically, is what was. It had a single lane gravel path going up three or four switchbacks to get to the top of the mountain. I said, fuck that. I want a highway, and I don't want to do switchbacks because they're a pain. So I spent close to a week, I think.
When you when
Uh,
you say when you say switchbacks, are you talking about like those zigzag?
yeah, yeah, where you'll go up, maybe three or four tiles, and then turn and come up, and then
Right,
go
right,
three or
yeah.
four tiles, and
Those
it's just
things
a
are so fucking
nightmare.
annoying.
Yeah, and I understand it was probably a new player that had too low a digging to be able to do anything better than that.
Yeah.
But I've been getting mine up high enough that I can do most of the slope, so it's not a big deal. So when you get to the top, you see my campground, and this is still very very much under construction. But I've got kind of one half of it completed here. Oh, sweet. 90 leatherworking. Very, very nice, sir. Very nice.
Yep. I dedicated a while to that. Now the question is, what the fuck do I do from here? I'm probably gonna get my belt to 90 now that I probably can. Slightly easier than 89.
Right. You know,
But yeah.
that right there you just mentioned is another pro tip. I bought a 80 quality tool belt from a merchant literally the first time I found one.
Oh yeah, fucking belts. Oh my god, if you don't even know what a belt is when you start the game and you don't think it can be upgraded,
Yeah,
it changes your life.
yeah. Trying to do anything on your starter two slot belt, um, it really can't be done.
They need
Um,
to bump that up a little bit.
I
Like they
kind of
need to make it
agree.
like a they need to make it like a 5 slot and you can't upgrade it. So it's like,
Yeah,
it's
like the other
not
newbie gear.
necessarily yeah, it's like getting anything to quality 50 nowadays. It's not.
Yeah,
But
I
two
agree.
slots fucking brutal.
Um, so this was the first site that I built, and it was where I made all my mistakes. Um, so there are two gates, which is mistake number one. I did not want to have. I don't want a person to have to make two locks and manage the permissions on two locks to be able to secure their stuff. So you'll see as we go on that the rest of these do not have
So
two gates.
wait. What is this exactly?
This is my public campground.
Okay,
That
this is kind of like what you want to build again, correct? That I've seen on the forum.
yeah, well, yeah, I've talked about it for a couple of months on the forums, and I've been sort of planning it. And part of the reason that I moved was to find a spot to do this where it would be relatively accessible to kind of anybody, but also far enough away that if you wanted to move, nearby or whatever, you could use it as a jumping off point. But I also want to have it connected to the highway for travelers and things like that. Nomads, people that they just want to go around traveling the world, which there are apparently several. Um, this will give them a place that they can stop off for however long they'd like. Um, there are at the moment I have 4 sites, but I plan on having a total of 8 uh, at this area. But there's also going to be no, I think it might have been 6. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look. Um, but I do have to build a workshop, probably right here at the front. That'll take up a little bit of space, but that's going to have everything in it. It's going to have an
Is
oven, a forge.
is um is this area gonna like be deeded?
No, this is all off deed. There are deeds semi surrounding it. So on this side, on the I guess the east side, is my deed, and then on the west side is it's not directly on the other side, but it's fairly close. I've got or not me, but Mavodo, um, who is in our alliance, is right over in this area, or this area. I can't remember. There's a guard tower here, so I think he's right over here. Um, but most of the area in between is actually really hard to traverse, at least for the moment. But I also have this big empty area right here that I haven't decided what to do with. I can expand out to it if I need to build more sites, um, or I can build a deed right here, probably up in this area. I can drop a deed so that I can kind of help more zone off the campground. Because the campground, obviously, to be an actual campground, has to be off deed so that people can put their tents down. Um,
Right.
and also just to make it easier to manage permissions. But I don't really want anybody to be able to build a deed that takes over anything. Now, part of that is handled by the
Well,
buildings. Um,
right. Yeah.
that's originally why these are here, and I've adapted that to also give people free beds, which was an idea that somebody on the forums had suggested, so I have done so. Um, so I am building, if I build a 1 by 1 building attached to each site, then that should be plenty of coverage to keep anybody from deeding over the whole area. Because it has to be 11 tiles apart, and these sites are 3 by 3 with one space, with one tile in between. So I figure that actually gives me a little bit of wiggle room, even.
Right. Well, I mean, what you can do too, if you're worried about people deeding around, it's just build more 1x1s.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
build 1x1s. That's what we do in our fucking deed. I mean, you've probably never been to our deed, but we have 1x1s all over the place because one, we don't want people deeding around us,
yeah,
even though we have Darrigan, which is like the worst fucking nightmare you can have. But that's what everybody does. You don't want people to be around your shit. Just drop a house. If they want to drop their tents around, that's fine. But you know that they can't destroy that house. They can't do anything to that house. So.
yeah,
And it'll last a few months for sure.
yeah, yeah. And that's the basic idea, is that each campsite has a 1x1 building. In this case, I kind of had to do it because I really didn't want to waste any space, so I had to make it actually a 2x1 building with a wall in the middle. But each site has a 1x1 building, so it serves a double purpose of giving a place to drop a free bed, a free rentable but for free bed, and plus, if they need to, they can drop anything inside if they don't feel secure in their gated area. Um, so you've got that too. And then so up here is going to be the workshop, and that will have access to any of the stuff that they could need, that it needs to be secured, or anything big like forges and things like that will all be in there.
I'm
And
surprised you're not building half walls.
then around the actual sites, I thought about it.
No. Like around the actual, like you see how you have those big walls, like
Yeah,
the
the
half
rounded
walls.
stone fence. Um,
It would just give it more visibility, I guess, for people walking by, kind of thing. Cause the
oh, that's
wall
an
is
interesting
like
point.
camera height, so it's
Right. Yeah, it's gonna block most of the view. That's very true. I hadn't thought about that. Um, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. The reason I went with this was because of all the fences. It didn't require too many materials. It's like 10 bricks, compared to like the 15 and 20 that a lot of them have. But yeah, I'll have to think about that. At least for the roadside walls, it might be nice to have some half size. Um, but these same walls I've got going around the entire perimeter, mostly just to keep out, the trolls and that sort of thing. And then over here this is where the farm area is going to be. These will all be farm tiles, and I'll probably put like rope fences or something like that to.
you said there was a guard tower nearby.
There is, but I'm going. It's not. Uh, it's not close enough to give full coverage, and the one that by my deed is too far away to really give any coverage.
Yeah, I would definitely see if you
So
can sneak one in there
yeah, I plan
and
on
just imp it to 50.
putting one pretty close by, probably over on this side. See, like here's one of the guards, but the freaking guard tower that he lives at is. I'll show you. It's it's right. It's over here. It's it's back down there. It's really hard to get to, and if you're not almost right here, he won't respond. Um, Even where he's standing, I'm not 100% sure that he would respond. Uh, but yeah, their home tower is fairly far, so I do want to drop one probably right around here that'll give plenty of coverage to the area. If not inside, but it depends on how much space I've got. I haven't done the reason this area hasn't been done yet is because I haven't actually done all the calculations on what I can fit, because I need to build the workshop and I need to build a couple more sites, but I'm not sure how many I can squeeze in. But I do have that overflow area outside if I really need it, that I can put a couple more sites at. Maybe not even fence it off and just keep it open for if anybody doesn't mind the lack of extra security. There is one external gate that is connected to, and I did leave these hedges here. I haven't decided if I'm going to leave them permanently, if I'm going to go ahead and replace them with walls. Because I don't really care about players chopping it down or anything like that. It doesn't bother me that much. But it doesn't really match the rest the rest of the walls. But this is the road that leads to Mavoto's place. Right here, it comes out right out the back. So I haven't figured out what all I'm gonna do with that yet either. But I went ahead and put a gate here just in case I wanted to do something with it. And actually, the trees that I planted here have all already grown up, mature. Sweet, yeah, they're all mature. That's cool. That was like a week. Well, it was before I went to the Impalong, so it was a little over a week ago, I guess. I planted all these olive trees, and I planted because I cut everything down in this area because I wasn't sure what I was gonna do, and I needed to see how it was all laid out. So I cut everything down, flattened everything out that wasn't already flat, and so all the trees that are here, I actually planted. Yeah, they're all mature. That's pretty cool and sprouting even. So if you saw the forum post, you saw that I took out the paving. I originally had gravel paving right leading from inside the gate, and it made sense to me. You know, you park your wagon right there, and it's a little parking space. But I hadn't thought about the fact that the horses are dumb, and even if they're like right next to a grass tile, it doesn't matter. They'll die. So I got
Just
rid
gonna
of.
cover the whole thing in enchanted grass.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to do it once I get my meditation up. So yeah, I took it all out and I planted. I couldn't remember how the grass planting works, so I just brought mixed grass and planted it. So of course that made steps that I
Yeah,
can now never get rid of. Why did I run out of stamina? Oh, aside from the fact that I'm.
you have a pizza in your inventory and you haven't eaten anything.
Oh wow, that's true. I forgot I took everything off my ship um, and haven't dropped it off yet. Um, that's really sad. This is the pizza that Jack Jones, like the day before the Impalong, he on Alliance chat, he asked, "Does anybody want any pizzas? I'm about to make a whole bunch." And a couple of us, said, "Hey, go ahead and make me one." And then he went offline, I think, and it was the next day I got logged in and it was in my mailbox. Um, and I'm still eating on that sucker.
Yep,
It
and the
was,
good thing is that the affinity is not affected by the damage, which is pretty good.
I'd wondered about that. I wasn't sure, but yeah, definitely 12. I'm still getting 12 hours. I wasn't sure about that. That's good to know. So yeah, so this wound up being what I settled on is a 3x3 space with the building attached to one of the sides, so it doesn't take up one of their tiles. They've still got plenty of space to do with whatever they want. Even if they want to build something, I don't care. If they want to build well, I guess they'd have to build a one by one building, but they could, I guess, if they want to. I don't care. It doesn't bother me any. They can do whatever they
Well,
want with their
I
site,
mean,
especially if they're gonna stay.
if they're coming with their wagons and carts and shit like that, I mean, they can just use their wagons and carts as storage. You know.
That's true, and I mean
So
that's what I would do. I would have my wagon parked. I would have a couple of chairs and a
you know
campfire.
something I was thinking about today for some fucking reason. Like I hate the suggestion forums. Like people are so fucking. But I was really close to trying to make a suggestion about being able to sleep in your wagon as long as you have a bed loaded into it.
Oh, that's a neat idea.
I feel like that's completely fucking reasonable. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the wagon is fucking huge, and if you can load a bed to it, why the fuck can't you?
yeah, that makes sense to me. I'd love to see something like that. I'd love to see that. And there isn't a reasonable way to sleep when you're on the road
Right.
at the moment.
Which brings back the whole concept of gypsies and fucking wagons. You know,
Right. It's hard to do that unless you have places that you can go, unless you just don't care about sleep bonus, I guess.
that's
Um,
another thing that needs to get a little bit reworked is the bonuses for sleeping. I mean, they should leave the sleep bonus alone, but I think they should just add other things that would make the fact that you want to go to bed in a bed more of a automatic decision that you make.
yeah.
Like the bonus XP is great, but I feel like maybe I don't know, like uh, maybe a crafting speed increase, maybe a well rested bonus where you can walk a little bit faster on grass or whatever the fuck, just simple shit that people would say, maybe if you sleep on a bed for, let's say you log off on a bed for more than 5 hours, you get these bonuses for like an hour or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely be down for something like that. Or even something as simple as um uh like if you go to sleep in a bed and you have active affinities, they'll get saved instead of running out. The timer running out or something like that. I'd be happy with
I don't,
little
I don't think
tweaks
they
like
I
that.
don't think they do if you're offline though.
I feel like they do. I could be wrong, but I feel
I
like they
remember. I
do.
think I asked at some point. I know they go. The affinity bonus all disappear when you change servers. I know that for a fact.
I didn't know that. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, if you have a buff that you want to get rid of, just go to another server and
Huh.
it'll go.
That's good to know. Um, maybe I may be wrong about that. That's
But then
definitely
again, if you
possible.
have a fucking 10-pound pizza and you take one bite, that gives you 15 hours of affinity. I don't think it really matters if
There,
it gets wasted.
there have been so many times I know where I have on the same affinity timer. I know for a fact I've logged in, you know, 10 hours later and still had affinity. So one way or another, those affinity timers can last a long time either way. But the longest one I've seen was over a day. I had it was probably at the Impalong, eating one of those ridiculous pizzas that were in there.
Yeah.
That
Like right now, I have a 2-day and 2-hour long affinity for locksmithing.
what do you? Oh man,
I've
yeah.
just been eating whatever the fuck is in our fucking larder, and it's like I guess I keep eating the exact same pizza every time, and I'm up to 2 days and 2 hours of affinity for that. And
Wow.
it's like I'm not gonna make any locks anytime soon, that's for sure.
Oh man, and even if you did,
Yeah, I don't think
the
you're
hell
gonna be
difference
making
it
that
would
many
make.
that warrants a fucking affinity bonus.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, that's what I've got so far. So it's still got some work to do, but it's technically livable right now. Like if they didn't need access to any production equipment, they could totally live there right now.
Right.
But I want to get the fence finished so that it's well protected, and I want to get a workshop set up, probably like 2 by 2, maybe 2 by 3. I don't know if I want to go quite that big with it.
Mm,
But get that set up so they've got a place to work.
You can
And
always just go lengthwise instead of wide in general. You know, like
that's
a
true.
1 by 3 building would be
You
pretty
know,
long, and you can fit everything that you'd need in there. You know.
now that you mention it, I almost want to go back. There's a space that I couldn't figure out. I couldn't figure out what I was gonna do with it. I think I am gonna go back. I need to go to bed, but I really wanna. Um, there's a space on the very back wall where I it was already flat, so I went ahead and just built it out a tile further than what I already had. But now it's made it to where I have a road that kind of just sits in between two tiles that I don't know what to do with it. But now that you mention that, I could do the workshop on the back wall and fill in that one tile deep space, and I think it's 3 or 4 tiles wide, so that would give me plenty of room, I think. But let's go double check.
Especially for what it is. I mean, what are you
Yeah, it
gonna
doesn't
have
need
in there? You're
much.
probably gonna have an oven, a forge, and
A kiln,
probably that's it. You know,
and some
maybe I guess if
storage. Just storage for logs and kindling and things like that. So yeah, right back here, I have this basically this strip that it's been driving me nuts trying to decide how I was gonna what I was gonna do with it. But I could totally, and actually I could make it a big building if I wanted to. One, two,
yeah,
three,
it
four,
could be
five tiles.
it could be like one of those buildings that I specifically like to use for blacksmithing, where it's like you have a back wall and you have a side wall, and then the front is just open
Looks like an
completely, so
arch or
it's just
something.
like half outside kind of thing.
Yeah, that could work. Just has a roof on it.
Well, the thing too is that that would kind of indicate what it is from a distance, you know. So it's like if somebody's
Oh,
just
that's
curious if things
true.
are available there, they just kind of look in that direction. Oh, look, there's a forge, there's a oven, you know.
I like that. I like that a lot. And actually, looking at this space, I bet I could fit it right here in this little 1 by 2 space off to the side. It's out of the way, but it's also easily accessible to basically the whole area. And then I would still have this whole thing to do campsites.
Yep.
I think that could work really well. And that should be big enough. One
You
by
can
two.
always go to, again, you use Worm Unlimited and
Mm-hmm.
Deed Planner, etc. You can just kind of build the basic layout and then just place a few things on it, and kind of just, if you don't have them immediately available, of course.
Right. Yeah, and I don't. I haven't built. I mean, I could. I guess I could use one of mine, but I don't need to. I can. Or I could go to one of the abandoned deeds that still has them, and load up my wagon. Either way, I can get a hold of them pretty easily. But yeah, an oven, a forge, a kiln, a BSB, and an F. Well, there's the FSB. I may not even worry about because I'm gonna put one over by the farm area.
You can
Um,
also put a FSB like literally inside of the forge where only the two bags stick out, and
oh,
again, that
that could work. Yeah,
just to kind of get the most out of the space
out of the
without
space.
necessarily, like that's what everybody does. That's what everybody's been doing. It's, if you want to have kindling and wood right next to your fucking forge, you put it under it.
That's a
It's
good idea.
efficient and it's very clean looking.
Yeah, yeah, you could definitely make better use of the space by just stacking things in a kind of creative way. Yeah, I like that idea. I think that could really work. And then I've got let's see, 4, 5, 6, no, 5. Yeah, 5 tiles away from the road. The campsites are 3 by 3 with a building on the outer edge. So I could do like 1, 2, 3. I could still have a little room. Yeah, put the buildings on this outside. And then I want to have a 1 by 1 strip in between, mostly for decoration. I can plant trees and bushes and stuff. And then another 1 by 3 or 3 by 3 campsite. And that leaves, I could actually squeeze 3 campsites in if one of them, or if 2 of them didn't have a gap. That could be interesting. That'd give me a total of 7 if I did that. But then I still have a little bit of space over here too before we get to the farm area. So depending on how I'll just have to play with it. I thought about at one point going ahead and dropping for some silver and putting a deed here just long enough to export for deed planner.
No, don't do that. That's gonna cost you
But
like 5 fucking silver.
yeah, I really like that. That was ultimately like I was like, you know what, it's really not worth it. And at this point, it's so open and flat that I could almost recreate it with pretty minimal effort if I really wanted to.
I mean, dirt
In deed
is quite
planner.
easy to get, so you can if you're trying to level up the whole field, it's not gonna take that much.
Yeah, if I really wanted to, I could actually come over. I've probably still got enough dirt left from all the other stuff I've done here.
But the thing
But
is though that that's not like a big fucking slope. You're gonna have to level whatever place you put a house on, of course. So it shouldn't be that hard to kind of replicate. Just kind of grab the size. If you're working with, I don't know, a 20 by 20 field, just kind of limit yourself to that, and then just
yeah,
you know you go
play
from
with
there.
different
It's not like
designs in
deed
there.
planner is hard to use.
True. Very true. Oh, we got a comment here. Neora's TV. Didn't know someone else in our alliance streaming. Yeah, I just started a couple of days ago. Actually, this is technically my 3rd stream, but it's sort of a continuation on a stream I did earlier today. But I have now come home from Blackmoor, where I've been for the last week and a half, and now just going into a little bit about what projects I've got coming up. So this is MUZK. Okay. I, I oh, you're online right now, of course. Hi. Hi. Music. Musk. Yeah, Musk. I don't know. I don't know how that's supposed to be pronounced, but welcome. Welcome. It's very nice to see you. Said the same way. Musk. Music. No, I'm still confused. Um, yeah, no, I think that's perfect for right there because that it's gonna make the rest of the area a little bit more even. I can more evenly kind of distribute it. Um, and I've got a
You
little
said
more
there you
space than
said
I
there was
thought.
gonna be a farm. Where are you gonna put the farm?
Yes. So down here it is 3. Is it 3 tiles deep or 2 tiles deep that I went? I think it's 3. It's 3 tiles by like 10 spanning across all the way across. The fences aren't finished yet, but it's all flattened, and it basically goes until right about here. I probably will go in and level this out, but I planted a bunch of trees here just to kind of give people a few trees to be able to cut down for whatever. And of course, all they have to do is just wander outside the gates, and there's tons and tons and tons of trees just everywhere. So there's plenty of that. But yeah, the farm area is right here, and it's 3 tiles deep, and then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. We go 7 over before the land starts getting wonky. So 7, it's 21 farm tiles that are possible. And I probably will fence this off with like some rope fences or something, maybe low rope fences so they don't really do anything, but just to show that this is where the farm goes. And I'll have a BSB, or I mean a FSB somewhere in the vicinity. And aside from that, now I have this packed down, but I hadn't really worked out if I was going to put a road here or anything. I hadn't quite decided all that yet. I've been doing these rounded stone roads over. Oh, so slow. This is what my son says every time he sees me playing this game. Like, I don't see how you could ever walk that slow and continue playing a game. And it's like, yeah, this is my life.
Yeah, I do the same thing to Sari because she's like always overburned, and I'm a weight freak. Like, if I feel the slightest change, if I'm not doing 15.770 at all times, I start to freak the fuck out because I don't know. I always keep my weight as low as possible. If I can, with all my tools, I try to keep it below 40 at all times.
Okay.
Like I can't do the slow walking. No, no,
Yeah.
no, thank you.
Yeah. It can definitely wear on you. So musk, they clarified for one thing. It is musk, is how it's said. So that's cool. They said they didn't have a say in the name. It's a friend's account that they took over once they quit. And yeah, I am relatively new to the Alliance. I have been a member for a couple of months. I joined just a couple of weeks before the last Impalong. And yeah, I always do the slow walking. It there's too much stuff. Um, but I moved when I came back to Worm. I joined over a year ago and played for several months, and then through because of real life stuff, I wound up leaving and was inactive for about 6 months, maybe a little bit more. And when I came back, my deed was gone, and most of the stuff had decayed. But not all of it. I had reinforced a cave where I kept a lot of stuff, and actually a fair amount of it was still intact. Somebody at some point had come in and used it as like a very temporary station. Uh, I don't know who it was or anything. Never did find out, but most of it was actually still there. And so I spent a couple of weeks getting everything kind of working out how I was going to proceed and getting the stuff back that I lost. And I made the decision if I was going to move that I was going to join an alliance, and if I'm going to join an alliance, there was really only one choice that I could see. Not that I could see, but that I would consider. And that was Nexa. That I had already been to a previous Nexa event. I was pretty really. I was pretty familiar with with the area that Nexa kind of operates in. I mean, I used to live just north of Greymead, but the Nexa sanctuary was just a boat ride, 30-minute boat ride or so, and I'd been there several times before. I made sure and found a place that was had good access to the Nexa sanctuary and a lot of the Nexa members, and I took some time to scout some locations, and I found that this island was I thought it was completely I say island, it's a peninsula, but I thought it was completely uninhabited when I got here, and it wasn't until a couple of days after I deeded. Not a couple of days after I got here. It was a couple of days after I deeded that I finally saw somebody else in local, and it's Mavodo, and he is also an alliance member. Although I never did figure out when if he joined the alliance before me or I don't know. I never worked that out. But I am on. Let me go take a look. I am in the very, very northernmost kind of side of H24, and just about as far north as you can get, and just a little bit to the east is where I'm located. I'm right next to the Wraith, if you know where that's at. And the Wraith I did know, it was obviously there. I couldn't miss it. But I still have yet to see Shamgar, I believe, is the owner of the Wraith, and I have yet to see them come online at all. Oh, cool. Not too far from you. And thanks for the welcome. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know if you've been around much in the last week, but I've been over on Independence, and I just haven't been. I no longer park in here because I finally got my stable set up, so I can park in here now on the Enchanted Grass. This Enchanted Grass was all here when I got here, and I made sure. I thought I got all of it when I put my deed down, but a little bit of it is outside of it. But I got a good chunk of it, and so I think the horses are happy. And Lofi comes by a couple times a week. I don't know if it's on her way, like to and from somewhere or what, but I see her in local a couple times a week, it seems. Um, but there is a road back here that connects up with that. Well, I say road; it's a gravel path, but it connects up with that other gravel path that goes behind the campground, and that will go off to Mavodo's deed. And at some point, I want to replace this gravel with something a little bit better. And then there's this mine was here when I got here. It goes quite deep and it goes off into different directions, but there was no mining area. It's like I kind of neat. There's a bison in here. Um, you'll see an open kind of mining area in something like this, but no, there's just these shafts that just head down at an angle and then dead end. And there's no exposed ores in this mine at all. So it's here, but I haven't really spent a whole lot of time trying to make it work because there doesn't seem to be easy access to anything. Um, so at the moment, I don't really have a mine that I use. Um, At least not at home. I have a secret mine that I'll use sometimes at an abandoned deed, but it's only secret because I can't actually remember at the moment where it is, and I don't have enough time to show you guys. So, and there's another little mine here, but it's not really a mine so much as an arbitrary altar room that serves no purpose, but it has an altar to Magrenon in it. Um, and the floors are all reinforced, and the walls are all reinforced, but there's nothing here. So I don't know what this was, and I don't know how long ago it was that thing. Um, but it's apparently been quite a while. This this general area, this beehive, I totally rescued from an abandoned deed, and it was, oh, fine. I don't have my smoker on me. I can't even open the thing. It was chock full of honey and wax when I picked it
Yeah,
up.
you should take care of that.
Oh my god, they stung my head. Oh, Jesus. Freaking bees are the worst.
Have you seen the description on that thing? That just sounds like every time I get a bee sting, I get all nervous and shit because the description is like
Yeah, it
you
says you
might
could
die.
die every second. Yeah. Um, I have some healing covers somewhere. Where the hell do I have them? I don't even know if you can bulk healing covers. I probably had them on my wagon. In which case they may have decayed by now. Yeah, I don't think I have them anymore. Stupid bees. I didn't even. I thought I could have sworn you could open them, but maybe when they're
No,
when they're
nope.
angry.
Do not open them. Do not try to load them unless you have an active bee smoker on you. Trust me, I've done enough exploring, and I've found out the hard way that when you see a beehive, don't fuck with it.
Yeah. Well, you know
Half the
what's funny
time,
is I knew that apparently, when I found the thing because I managed to bring it back. Because you can't load them either without a bee smoker. Um,
yeah, the shitty thing though is that when they're locked like that, there's literally nothing you can fucking do. They're literally obsolete. Can you maybe get them to transfer to? Is it a noisy beehive?
yeah, it's noisy.
Then you can probably put an empty beehive next to it, and it might transfer one of the bees, and then you get rid of that one, and then put another empty beehive next to it with sugar in it. And there's a slight chance that that bee will actually transfer to the
Hmm.
if you really need bees, but it can take a while for that bee to, and you have to check on it regularly, and probably, you know, it takes a bit. It takes patience.
Yeah.
We have, we have,
What
I
am I
think it's,
doing?
we have about 14 beehives in our deed, and we haven't checked them in about a year. So I'm pretty sure there's at least 100 kilograms of honey in each one of them.
Geesh. Yeah. No, I found that and it was full of honey, and the honey's now in that barrel right there. Um, and I had a bee smoker at home, and I came all the way back home to get the bee smoker, and then went back because this deed was way out. It was up.
That this Times like
Gosh.
this is where it's good to have an alt character, even if you don't premium it. Just
Yeah.
have an alt fucking character laying around to mail yourself shit when you need it.
Yeah, it's true. And I do have an alt, but I don't actually have a casted mailbox right at the moment. I have to walk over to where Valgard used to be because there's still a mailbox there with a good courier enchant on it too. And the only reason I haven't tried to steal that mailbox, because I thought about it, is the only way I could get it here is if I go across the water, and I do not want to deal with that fucking nightmare. Because I'd have to go. I could come across land, except that the Wraith is the only way to get there. I have to go through the Wraith, and so unless Shamgar logs on at some point, I'll never ever be able to get that mailbox over here unless I want to try going through the water, and I'm not about that life.
You can put it on a boat too, by the way.
Mailboxes?
Oh, mailboxes. No, fuck no.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm
fucking
talking
wish
about
that
the
shit-
mailbox. I
Is
just
it
don't.
like what is it? Like, is it really good or something?
I mean, it's got a good like 90 plus courier on it, but mine's just not enchanted. I have a mailbox, but I haven't gotten it enchanted yet. And I don't,
No.
and unless someone has just come by and randomly enchanted it, but no, they haven't.
You should try
Um,
getting in touch with Rapidon or Jake. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're the same people, but I've never asked. But they can probably cast on it and probably not charge you anything if you're in alliance.
Okay, I'll talk to him. Somebody else once before had offered. Um, somebody else had offered, and I wish I had written down their name or something when they did, because ever since then, because it was like one of those things. It was like, I'm not really very close to that area, but if there's nobody else that can do it, then let me know. And I didn't think to write the name down, but it could have been almost anybody, honestly.
Yeah, my priest only has like 40 channeling, so it's I don't think
Yeah.
I'd be able to get anything decent on it to begin with.
There we go. I treated it. Can I cotton it, or is that the best I can do? I think that's it. I don't think I can cotton poison wound. Oh God, look at that. Freaking 8.
That's a lot of fucking damage. Worst thing, it's on the face.
Yeah.
Well, the head, not the face.
Is it bad enough that it's affecting? No, it doesn't look like it's affecting
You should use a salve, by the way.
I don't know how to make that. What the hell is that? What is this magic that you speak of? Is that in my freaking crafting book? 'Cause farmer salve, garlic and fat. That's it. I got that. I got lots of that somewhere. Yeah, I got fat, and I've got garlic too. I have all the foods, and that is again thanks to exploring old deeds. I have found so much food. I usually find way more than I can ever bring home because it's
Yeah, I used to go out with literally and shit you not. I usually go out or used to go out with a cart, and I would put about 12 backpacks in a cart, and then I would put 4 satchels in each backpack just so that I could bring home thousands of shit that I would find.
yeah, yeah,
Fuck
definitely.
farming, fuck everything. I'm just gonna go fucking outsource everything. That was the fun for me.
That's one way to do it. I mean, my issue is I always wind up having to make really hard choices. Like I'll get my wagon loaded up, and there'll be all sorts of stuff in it, and then there'll be like a full food storage bin. And I'm just like, but there's all that food. I just load it on the cart. Just put it on the fucking cart. It's not that hard. You can do it, but there's no room. And it's like I could, but I'd have to give up like a BSB full of all this other stuff that I found.
We do the same when we go fragment hunt. We
Oh,
just load
okay,
up
yeah,
the cart with backpacks and satchels, and
yeah, me too.
a few hours later, we're in the thousands of fucking fragments, and we're like, we should probably head home.
Yeah. Hang on one sec.
make the salve already or what?
Oh yeah, looks like I actually did succeed. I've never ever made that before.
Yeah, you're supposed to also use it for like bruises and shit like that. Like if you're ever fighting a troll and he fucks you up really, usually putting that on helps a lot. The only problem is that to kind of outsource it in the wild is a pain in the ass because, well, let's face it, the odds of you finding an onion from all the other fucking vegetables you can get is very.
Yeah.
But it's always nice to just carry like a kilogram of it because you never know. You know, it also works on burns and shit like that. If you ever get burned for whatever.
Oh, okay.
Of course, if you actually have an LT weapon, you can. Did I just say it's severe? It got. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it got feverish.
Um,
There we
if
go.
you have an LT weapon, you can actually get rid of it by just filling your HP up.
It's interesting. So it'll just go, okay, that you healed that wound, and the wound itself will just disappear.
Yeah, the wound will disappear, so the debuff will go away also.
That makes sense. And that's also good to know. I don't have anything with LT on it yet, but someday. Well, maybe I do, but it's like 1. um, it's possible. Alright, let's do a couple of things. Let's get this pizza in the larder so that it doesn't take any more damage than it already has.
If fighting is something that you like to do, and especially exploring, I have to say that having a weapon with LT on it is almost mandatory for a very smooth and long adventure without having to carry a shitload of cotton on you. So
I
it's
can see
like if you
that.
can afford it or get your hands on it, it's so fucking worth it. It's a lifesaver. It'll also help you if you go out training, specifically if you go out training, you can basically train until your weapon is completely fucking broken because as long as you're not killing overly strong shit, for your level, you can literally just heal yourself back to health during every fucking fight.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that'd probably be a really good investment to make. It's a good LT cast on that longsword I've got. Might be one of the next things that I get enchanted, properly enchanted.
When I was at the Impalong, I was looking at those free bins because I was curious. The moment I got there, I'm like, free bins. I thought these because when I went to the first Impalong, those coffins that were downstairs that said free bins, those
Mhm.
were actually the coffins where you would throw the items in when they were done because we didn't have the big ass racks. So I'm looking through the one of them, and I see that there's a shitload of items in there. I'm like, ooh, let's see if there's anything here that I can use. And I'm scrolling down, and I see a fucking sword with like some really decent enchants in it, and like that's one of the weapons that I do not have at all. But it had fucking 82 LT on it, and 87 Circle of Cunning, and 96 Nimbleness. I was like,
Golly.
okay, why is this in the free bin? I just took it. It was in the free bin. But yeah, I don't have to get a longsword now, as I don't have to buy one
Yeah.
for the time being.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
Enchantments go down really fucking slow too, so it's like
Yeah, I
once you buy a
noticed that
weapon,
too.
once you buy a weapon with some good enchants, it's like you probably don't have to replace that.
Yeah, I think the only one that I noticed when I came back, because I did have a couple of enchanted items, and when I came back after 6 months, I think one of them had gone down a point.
Yeah, tools are a little bit different. Especially the biggest mistake a lot of people make is when they buy a brand new shovel and then they go start leveling with it. Oh my god. That's how you kill the enchantment on a shovel.
Really?
Do not level with an enchanted shovel because Um, the enchantments have a chance to fall based on the timer. So when you're doing leveling, you'll do it for like 3 to 4 minutes without
Right.
stopping. So you basically eat away at your fucking enchants without realizing it, and then you kind of wonder why your 100 Wind of Ages shovel is at 98 or.
Huh. That's
But yeah,
I had
when you're
no
doing
idea.
when you're doing leveling, just grab a generic shovel because the quality or the enchant do not even affect the timer.
Okay.
Now, if you're digging to pile or just digging in general, then yes, the enchants will work, but not if you're leveling.
But not leveling. Huh. Did not know that. Did not know that. Alright, well, I think I am going to call it there. I've still got a load of stuff that I gotta figure out what to do with, but I will deal with that some other time. Legios, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, no problem, man.
And anytime I am live, I plan on dropping into this channel. So if you ever want to come and chat, you are more than welcome.
Sounds good.
And anybody else in the alliance or any of the regular watchers for other streams,
Did
uh,
you just fucking start today? Fucking regular you already got.
regular watchers like people that are on Twitch. If you wanna come hang out, just let me know. I'll drop you the Discord invite. And because this is mostly gonna be social for me. I mean, I'm gonna be streaming the stuff that I would otherwise be doing anyway. And so I figure why not bring some more voices in? Anybody that wants to come and chat, I think that's awesome. It gives me more topics of conversation. It gives me I learn stuff every time I talk to people. Um, because I think it's impossible to learn everything about this game. So we all have our own tribal knowledge, really, and being able to share that is pretty great. So I really like that. Thank you very much. And so I'm gonna go and get logged out and get ready for bed. But I will see you and you guys that are watching the next tomorrow night. Actually, I will be streaming tomorrow night. I don't know the time just yet. It's probably gonna be like 9 p.m. Central Time. Like 9 to 11, somewhere in that range. But I'm going to try to get all that nailed down tomorrow and get that posted to my channel. So be keeping an eye on that. But Legios, thanks again. Have a great night, and we'll catch up with you next time.
You too, man. Have a good night.
Thanks. And stream, we will see you guys next time. Have a great night.